Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Wow, that was nice. Thank you. Let's start our second day of the Zabbix Summit 11th edition of 2023. Well, I'd like to thank you all for being here. Just like Zabbix, without you, without the community, this wouldn't be possible. And for starters, I'd like to thank especially to our sponsors, starting with our diamond sponsor, InitMax. Thank you, and applause for InitMax. Our platinum sponsor, IntelliTrend. Come on, guys, show some animation. A big thank you for our platinum sponsor, Easy IT. Thank you for our platinum sponsor, Quadrata. Our gold sponsor, Allenta. Gold sponsor, Opensource ICT Solutions. Gold sponsor, Docomo Business NTT Communication. And our gold sponsor, Metricio. Thank you guys, thanks so much. This wouldn't be possible without you all. And please don't forget, we have a QR code on the screen during the presentations. Just remember to send your questions to the speaker. That will be made after the speech. And remember to use the hashtag Zabbix Summit 2023. Okay? Make sure that you put this on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, whatever social media you are using. And this is the last day of our Summit to 2023, but there's more. Next year, of course, we'll have Zabbix Summit 2024. So if you are enjoying this moment right now, make sure that you already get in touch with the team to guarantee your tickets for the next event of next year. Okay? So thank you all. Let's start with our second day. And to start the speeches of today, let's start with a really pleasant guy, a really cool guy. Okay? Let's talk with the guy that's taking care of the office, basically saying he's like huge importance for the Zabbix company. And so please welcome Sergey Sorokin, sorry. Sergey Sorokin. Sorry.
Thank you for a nice introduction. Good morning. My name is Sergey Sorokin. I'm Director of Business Development at Zabbix. And before I go with my presentation, which is called Flavors of Zabbix Support, actually I would like to start with, when I was writing a presentation, some person came to me and asked, why do I write the presentation? Wouldn't it be better if I would just stay on the stage and would answer any questions from the room for 30, 40 minutes? I think I have no problem to do that. I think that there's just going to be not that many questions, and I have to invent those instead of you, or I have to summarize those questions, and then just go, and you can relax, you can stay in your places, and I will be answering your questions or talking about something that you may be interested or you should be interested. And I would like to start my presentation with talking about Zabbix business model. And some of you, or many of you, may ask, okay, why do we need to know it? Why it's important to us? And then actually I can tell you that there are many reasons, and one of the reasons that this is probably one of the most frequently asked questions to us, besides questions about do you support monitoring of Kubernetes in OpenShift and so on, right? And second reason, I believe that knowing a business model of any company with whom you work is very important. You need to understand what is in their DNA, what they see their business, how they approach their customers. For Zabbix is very important because for most of the people, these questions of what is your business model, where do you get money, comes first in their mind. Because we say we are open source company, there is no license fee, there is nothing that we generate on selling our software. And then just kind of a very natural question comes, okay, who are giving you money? Who is sponsoring your events? Who is paying your salaries? Because as we are grown up, we understand that somebody needs to cover those expenses. And the third reason why I would like to share a business model of Zabbix with you is because we're proud of that. Some companies would be trying to hide it, or they would be kind of talking in the very blurred fashion, like, yeah, we do that, we do that. In Zabbix, it's quite easy to understand, and it's very easy to follow, and it will not take me a lot of time to explain. So Zabbix business model consists of just 3 easy steps. One is create best-in-class monitoring solution. And this is what we do for the last 25 years. If we count from the moment when the project started with Alexei creating first line of Zabbix code, so it's over 25 years that we are creating Zabbix software. With every version, with every release of Zabbix, there are new features, there are improvements, there are performance improvements. So we constantly strive to make Zabbix better, right? And that's actually part of our business model. What we want to achieve is that at some moment, everybody in the world, okay, we're talking about IT people maybe, right? Not everybody. But when they think about monitoring, they think about Zabbix right away. So that the Zabbix become de facto standard for monitoring, right? And we are ready in our understanding, in our business model, to spend the rest of our lives in doing that. Maybe because we don't have a good imagination and we cannot come up with anything else. Maybe because we're boring guys, but we like this idea. You do something good, you continue to do something good, you're becoming better in this, and so on. The second step in our business model is make it widely acceptable and available. There are 2 important words, acceptable and available. By acceptable, we mean that Zabbix needs to be feature-rich, so that every customer who is expecting something from Zabbix, that he will be able to get it. Right now, maybe next year or in 2 years, but that Zabbix would be able to cover his needs, and that this is where we work to introduce new features, to cover new areas, to introduce new protocols, new objects in Zabbix, so we can really make it acceptable by everybody. And we're talking available, we're talking about Zabbix open source license. So if we create a great software, if we want everybody in the world to use it, it's very simple. Just allow people to use it. This is what we do. We're saying, okay, if you want to test it, if you want to use it, use it. There are no limitations, so when we talk about availability, it's not like it's available for you 5 days to try free, and then you need to decide. All of you, or most of you know, you can take Zabbix, use it all your life. You will not meet a single limitation introduced by Zabbix itself on purpose. There could be technical limitations, there could be performance limitations, and this is where we get to step number 1, create better software all the time, right? But as a second step, we make it widely available and acceptable. And the third step is actually, this is where the money comes in. Because first 2 steps, we need to invest, we need to spend money on hiring the best developers, hiring the best document writers, QA engineers, and many other people that support development of Zabbix. But then we go to selling our professional services. Again, it's very interesting and important that there are 2 important factors, professional services. So we talk about services that make life of our customers easier, that make it more efficient, where SLA exists, where we strive to achieve the certain level of quality and speed that is expected by the customer, and that the customer can rely on the services that we provide. And by interested customers, we're talking about the approach where we don't trace the users of Zabbix, as you all know. We don't knock on the office doors and saying, we notice you're using Zabbix. How about purchasing on our services? This is not what we do, right? But we rather expect the customers to come to us and say, or users, you know what, we're using Zabbix, and we are looking for your professional services. And we have Zabbix partners all around the world that are available to customers. Zabbix also works directly, but we make the services available to our customers. And as the next step in this model, it just loops back, right? We generate money on selling services. We reinvest that money in actually producing better software, make it widely available and acceptable, and again, selling services to more and more customers around the world. And when we're talking about Zabbix services, I think maybe for few of you, this image would be kind of a new thing, but repeating is always good. So Zabbix is developing its services around its customers, or our vision or understanding of the customer, and the customer journey through usage of Zabbix. But because we are open source, it doesn't mean that every customer will follow the same path. So there are some customers who will join Zabbix at the very first initial stage, and they will say, can you provide a consulting to us? We need to understand whether your solution is a good fit to us or not. We need to understand how to build a better architecture. Customer may also approach us saying, I need Zabbix or Zabbix partners, right? We actually, when we talk about Zabbix, we equally talk about Zabbix partners. We want you to build our infrastructure, all by your, let's say, resources. We provide template building, integration services, we provide upgrade services, we provide professional training, and we provide technical support. Actually, technical support is service number one in terms of the Zabbix revenue and in terms of the efficiency that it allows us to work with our customers. It allows us to well plan our resources. It allows us to interact with the customers in much better fashion, understanding their needs, understanding their requirements, and actually following their needs in the upcoming versions of Zabbix. So providing of technical support is a crucial part of Zabbix. And for many of you, you may be familiar with this table of different support subscriptions that are available from Zabbix. Some of them start with a very simple one, very easy to understand, aimed at the companies that may be only starting to use Zabbix or that have very simple installations, and they stretch up to the right with the professional services that are actually aimed at the bigger companies, big installations that cover most of the need of the customer within a certain period, let's say a year, where the training will be included, consulting will be included, everything that customer may expect to receive during the year, that can be included into the contract. At the same moment, of course, there are certain limitations exist in the subscription contracts. And one of these limitations that probably I need to mention is legal entities covered. When we're talking about legal entities in Zabbix, by legal entity, we understand a single company. So if there is a subsidiary, any other affiliate of that company, it's not considered to be one legal entity. So if you're using it in a head office and you have three subsidiaries, whether within the country or in different countries, that would be counted as 4 legal entities in terms of Zabbix. And that's completely fine, because if you would look, some of our support subscriptions like Global 1, Global 2, they're aimed at that kind of customers who has more than one legal entity which he is willing to cover with a contract. However, there is a certain type of businesses where their business contradicts with this model, right? And we are talking about MSPs. MSPs is kind of a different type of the business. The way, or what we understand under MSP in our terms, in Zabbix terms, it's a company that is providing monitoring services to other companies, right? They're providing it as a managed service, and in this case, again, in our definition, MSP cannot be considered as a single entity because the fruits, the benefits, the outcome of the monitoring is shared with other companies. And basically monitoring is done for other organizations, which in this case are covered by the support. So, and this is why the standard subscription, the subscription that I was talking before, from Silver, Gold, Platinum, Enterprise, and further, is not a good fit, right? MSPs, they have different requirements. They may have 5 customers, they may have 50,000 customers. They may need to install a single proxy per every customer. They may need to install a single server per every customer. So they're not comparable with the regular customers, right, as we know it. So what we did, we have introduced a separate MSP subscription program, right, which is aimed exactly at MSPs, and where the positions and limitations and what is included is aligned with MSP business. So for the MSPs, there is no limitation number of servers or proxies that they're using. There is no limitation of the legal entities, or basically the amount of customers that they're serving. In certain levels, there is no limitation as in Zabbix standard packages on the number of tickets that an MSP can open, right? But the limitation is a number of hosts. Because one MSP cannot really be compared to another MSP just by their name or by their location, but there are MSPs who are serving just 60, 100, 300 nodes or hosts, right? And there are MSPs that are monitoring 1 million and above hosts, right? So we need really to differentiate between these sizes. So MSPs, as I said, some of them start simple with, let's say, under 1 hosts included into the subscription package with a certain amount of tickets. And then on the high end, we grow, and the high end, we're talking about unlimited global. By unlimited global, we mean that it's one support, MSP support subscription purchased for any amount of customers in all the countries around the world, right? This is how MSP work. There are MSPs that are very local. There are MSPs that are acting globally, right? And for some packages, there are more services included, like training is included, let's say remote troubleshooting, and so on. So, maybe I should go to MSP questions. And this is what we hear all the time, right? How MSP subscription different from standard? I mean, what is under the hood? There is no difference. So for the MSPs and our standard customers, there is going to be the same team, there is going to be the same system where MSPs and standard users will ask their question, they will get support, they will be provided according to the SLAs. Yes, SLAs for MSPs and for regular customers, they may differ at different levels, but under the hood, this is the same technical support. It's just aimed at different kind of customers, right, that are using them. Another very popular question, which subscription should I buy? It seems like that green one is better than that yellow one. There is actually no choice for the customer to go with a standard or MSP. If you are MSP, you go for MSP options. If you're a regular end customer, you go for end customer options, right? It's being regulated by the terms and conditions, by the agreement. So it's not a free choice of the customer that I prefer to use this or that. It's rather that you need to identify who you are and tell us, this is what I do and this is what I expect from Zabbix. And we will actually create an offer according to your business, to what you do and how you use Zabbix. Is MSP a partner of Zabbix? In a sense of the relationship, friendship, and so on, yes, as anybody in this room, right? But if we're talking about this partner status in the way that we call our partners, premium, certified, and reseller, MSP is not a partner. MSP is a customer. It's just different kind of a customer, right? So please do not confuse. Partners are partners. They work together with Zabbix. There is a great synergy. They provide services. They extend the knowledge and expand the knowledge about Zabbix. MSPs are customers that are using Zabbix support subscriptions for their needs, to run their business, to support their business. One of the important questions that comes is like, Zabbix MSP services, they come with, let's say, thresholds, 1,000 hosts, 2,000 hosts, and what if I go over the limit? What if in a specific month I will have 1,005 hosts under the monitoring? So the rules there are pretty easy. You or the customer or MSP, they have two options. Either they upgrade to the next level, if they want so, or they can just pay a small extra for working over the limit. And it's up to them, up to their comfort, which way they prefer. And that system is very flexible, so there is no need to care that much about how many hosts do I monitor right now. It will not become extremely expensive if you forget to put the limit on the number of hosts that you as MSP is monitoring. Why should I purchase MSP subscription? The same question goes to any kind of subscription that Zabbix is selling, but I think for MSPs, it's maybe even more critical. Because when you're responsible for your own installation, you're using a standard Zabbix subscription, if you fail, it's your failure, right? If you fail to ensure that system is running, it's only your team or your company that will feel it. If you're MSP, you actually will hit everybody behind you, right? So if your system stops working, if you stop providing the service, that would be visible by all the customers that are using your services. Therefore, I think for MSPs, it's much more critical to have MSP subscription. And yeah, a simple question. I already see hands asking where can I buy MSP subscriptions. So it's easy. It's as always, it's our partners and it's us, right? And again, there is no limitation on, let's say, who is selling you MSP, why, let's say, to go to one partner to another. It's a normal support package which you can inquire about. To our partners, to us, we'll tell you the details, we'll provide you all the information, and we'll be happy to assist you. That's it. That's everything that I have to say for today. Thank you for your attention. And I invite you, if you have any interest, if you have any customers, if you are MSP, please contact our sales team, please contact our partners. We'll be happy to tell you more about this service. Thank you a lot.
No questions?
No, we have no questions.
Okay, we have questions.
Okay, didn't expect that.
Yeah. Okay, so. Okay, so we have a couple of questions, and first one. So, Sergey, you told us that first line of Zabbix code was written many years ago. And do you remember about this, or this is more a question to Alexei?
I was born around that time, No, okay. But no, it's of course a question to Alexei. I only know that it's 1997, but I'm not the source of truth here.
Okay, and one more. So did Zabbix ever consider to offer MSP services as a first-party service?
As a first-party service. Oh, okay, I got it. That actually could be on my slides. We decided not to talk about that. Zabbix already is being, for those who don't know, right, and I don't think we need to make a secret, it would be not good, Zabbix is already providing managed services, managed monitoring services to few customers of us, right? It might be that in the future we may decide to provide these services to a broader audience, right? But please remember, we are still a vendor of the software. We're an independent software vendor. We concentrate on this. The few customers that we have, they're very, very specific cases. They're unique. Their installations basically do not change over the years. Once they decided what they want to monitor, what they want to ensure that it's running smoothly throughout the years, right, and that it will never fail. And these are the customers that we are serving. So at this moment, I would say that it's just very exclusive cases, and this is why we don't advertise this service, at least at this moment.
Yes, thank you. No more questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, everybody. Thank you, Sergey. Yeah, pretty amazing how Zabbix works, the business of Zabbix works, right? And we mentioned here the subscription of support. And of course, it's one of the services that Zabbix supports. And also, a quick reminder that there are people watching on YouTube this live stream. If you are watching on YouTube, make sure that you share it with your friends and all. And something that rings a bell, YouTube, Zabbix, and, you know, subscription with the support team. The next speaker, all of you might know him from some YouTube videos, but he's also a pretty huge guy in Zabbix community, since he has been working on Zabbix for a long time now, and he grew up to the point that he's now the head manager of the support team, my boss. So please, guys, welcome Dmitry Lambert to talk about the support of Zabbix.
Thank you. 1, 2. All good. I think Sergey's presentation was a perfect example and explanation of how Zabbix actually is serving the success. I like the naming, serving the success to our customers and also the users. My presentation is more about how Zabbix customer support is helping our customers achieve their achievements. But before we get deeper on how we can actually do that, what kind of challenges we have, and what you can expect from the customer support, I think it's important to understand, there we go, what exactly the customer achievement is. And again, the first part was already covered by Sergey in a previous presentation. Whenever you're choosing some sort of the software, I think it's really important to understand and find the company with a name. Something you can rely on, something that will be here for stay in the future and for many, many years, and that will grow together with your company to meet your expectations and do everything properly. That was already covered. Also, sustainable growth, like we are today, your company is at the size as it is today, but in the future, of course, it will grow, which will bring some additional challenges. More servers to monitor, more devices, more offices, branches, data centers, new systems, new technologies, And you want to expect that all of that will be covered by the monitoring solution that you choose, which goes basically same with the long-term success. Measurable outcomes. So we decided that we are going with this monitoring solution, maybe Zabbix for this case, and after a year or two, it would be great to look back and see, okay, so what are the actual outcomes? What did we get from using this solution? What are the benefits for our company? And with the Zabbix, I think it's definitely, you will have these benefits. Plus, with a Zabbix as a monitoring solution, you can even monitor these benefits and see those outcomes on the graphs, which is pretty great. So what's the role of the customer support, how we can actually help you to achieve those goals and look back at decision to go with a Zabbix after 2, 3, 4, 5 years and see that, okay, it was a really good decision. The support is like a bridge between you at the point when you just start to use the product, when you go with this decision, and between your goals that you have set for it. We do provide the guidance and expertise assistance for all of our customers with everything that we have throughout the journey of this monitoring software and the monitoring as such, because for us customers, they come different. Some come with a huge monitoring background. They might even have a huge background with the Zabbix, and then eventually they decide, okay, we also want to be backed by the vendor itself, and we decide to purchase the support and move on from there. There are also different stories. Whenever someone just decided that either they're switching from some other monitoring tool or they never had monitoring at all. They were only relying on some system engineers monitoring everything with their eyes, and reactively, whenever customers are saying that, hey, your service wasn't available for 2 days in a row, okay, then probably something was wrong. Zabbix customer support team. Right now, it consists of 18 team members. I will not say specifically engineers because there are a few more guys than just the technical support engineers. And in the last years, we went quite global. I would say that 3-4 years ago, Zabbix support team was based mostly here in Riga, Latvia, a little bit outside of the borders, but right now we're all over the place. We have engineers from Latin America, Victor, the guy. Also from Argentina, we have one guy who was previously working in a Zabbix headquarters here in Riga. Right now he works in a Zabbix Japan and is also assisting our customers and us, our team. Argentina, Ukraine, Georgia, all over the places, which does helps us to provide this 24/7 support. Because, of course, working here from the Riga, we were doing that for many years, but it brings some challenges. Nobody's willing to work overnight. It can get you burned out, so it's better if there's someone else in different time zones who can cover that. High employee tenure, I think it says something about a company and about a customer support. Not a secret that customer support is not exactly a position where you usually expect this high tenure. But for us, we have engineers with work experience here at Zabbix in a customer support for more than 10 years, which is huge. And then think also from the perspective that this guy who has 10 years of experience working with a Zabbix since version probably 2. something, maybe even 1. something, providing assistance to all sort of different customers in all sort of different technologies that were present 10 years ago, with huge baggage of experience, is today supporting you and answering your questions while you are just in the beginning of your journey in a monitoring, which of course is a huge advantage and helps you a lot. Technical proficiency, probably one of the best, in my opinion, one of the best things that we have in technical support, and I always emphasize that we're much beyond just Zabbix support. I think that's the thing that people usually expect. Okay, we have a vendor, we have the customer support from this vendor, so we do expect that they will assist us only within this software. But in our daily work, like the questions about, let's say, Zabbix frontend, how can I create some item, how can I create a trigger or configure an action, is, I don't know, 5% maybe from all the questions. We do receive questions about architecture, different setups, different integrations, different monitoring protocols. How can we monitor Docker? How can we monitor Kubernetes? How can we set up Zabbix in containers? How can we achieve high availability database replication? How can we tune database, and so on and so on and so on, which is heavily related to the Zabbix itself, but in some way, is it really connected with the Zabbix as a vendor, as a software? Probably not, but still our support team is doing their best to provide this assistance no matter what's the question and no matter what's the platform or protocol it is about. Technical account managers, this is sort of a new addition to our team. I may be wrong, but I think, no, I'm not wrong, starting with this year. The idea was here already in a previous year, but the actual account managers appeared quite recently. They're also part of the customer support team, but they have a little bit different goals. Like if the technical support engineers are responsible to provide you technical assistance, technical account managers are here to basically provide advocacy for our customers within the Zabbix company. And it is a huge success not only for the customers, but also for us, because this was noticed quite a while ago that, okay, we have technical support service desk, let's say, and the customers are expecting that, okay, I can open a ticket, write some question, get some answer. Not always those questions that customers have are purely technical, and we cannot really expect that technical engineer whose main job and main task is to help you solve those technical problems will be able to understand, listen, provide, and suggest answers to your non-technical questions. So this is the role of the technical account managers. Currently, they're included in enterprise and global support packages. Price, not price, but included in our rate. So it's for global, it was 4 hours per month, and for enterprise, 2 hours. That you can spend with our technical account managers, ask your questions, give your vision on the future and strategy of your company, and try to align this vision and the strategy with a Zabbix, which helps us to understand what our customers really are expecting from the products, what direction we should look in the future in terms of new features roadmap, and maybe there are some existing features that are not executing very well, which should be changed. They're also not here only to talk with you. They're doing also some background work, like proactive analysis of your issues and everything that you're reporting to see what are the weak spots, let's say, within your monitoring experience and journey. Maybe majority of the questions are about one specific topic, and they can notice that instead, when you have 10 engineers and each of them is creating tickets about the same functionality or monitoring or whatever, they see that and provide this feedback to you, also suggesting like how can we solve them. Perhaps you could have some customized training in this direction. Maybe we see that here now and then, every second day you have some performance issues, so we could make a full environment review for you, which usually takes 2-3 days, depends on the size of your instance, which follows with full written documentation with the recommendations, what you should do, what you should change, and this scales from Zabbix configuration till the hardware setup and architecture of installation as such to achieve a better result and to avoid all of these performance issues that you might be having. What are the actual available support channels where you can get help? And it's pretty straightforward. I don't think that we differ much from other vendors who provide technical support. First of all, it's a service desk. You just log in with your credentials, create a ticket, describe the problem, and you receive the support. Email, which sort of a separate channel, but it is basically connected with the service desk itself. Like, you don't write an email to technical engineer, you write an email to the designated email address, which is registered with your email so that whenever you send it, a ticket is created in the service desk. Phone line, here, available 24/7. We have US numbers and Europe numbers, but phone is good. Phone might be good for some quick question whenever you don't have 5 minutes to wait for an answer. Phone might be a good solution if you want to really, I don't know, escalate something, but I think all of you understand, whenever we're talking about, let's say, Zabbix server down where we have some major outage, phone line might not be the best channel to solve such issues. It's still better to create a ticket, provide as much information as you have, including the logs, graphs, screenshots, description of what we were doing, what happened, and you will receive your support pretty fast. So the ticket or remote session, this is always a choice, and at least from our perspective, we try to understand like which approach would be better here. Not every problems require immediate jumping on a session. Sometimes we need more about the issue until we can jump on the bridge, join the call with you, and solve the problems. If those are just generic questions, how does Zabbix do this, or is there a functionality in the Zabbix that can solve my problem, it might be better for the ticket. If there is some really high priority troubleshooting whenever something is just not working or Zabbix is not executing well, then it's of course time for the remote session where our engineers will fix all your problems as fast as they can. And if someone is worrying about like what platform we use for these remote sessions, for us the gold standard is Teams. But if your organization prefers something else, we're like pretty open. If you have your own bridges, that's not a problem. Technical expertise examples, and Sergey had a slide with all our services, which includes turnkey consultancy, training, and template building, troubleshooting, upgrades, and much more. Important to understand that right now, basically all of our engineers are doing all of these services. So they have experience of those heavy deployments. They know the best practices because they did that multiple times themselves. And one of the things that we do is like complex architecture environment installations, cross data centers, high availability, replications. You might say that, okay, for us, we have many different conditions. Zabbix native high availability is not enough. We want more. We want to integrate with load balancers for the front end and have multi-node database replication set up. We can do all that for you. We even have cases whenever a customer comes and says, it was especially a thing during the COVID when traveling was not possible. Here we are. We need Zabbix. We need it to do this list. But there's one problem. We're not able to give you remote access. And since it's COVID, we're not able to travel at your place. Sounds challenging, it is, but still there are workarounds. We've set up many installations with the Ansible playbooks. It takes a bit more time. It takes a bit more communication between our engineers and our customers, but the result stays the same. Installation is deployed, running, customer is happy, and our job here is done. All flavors of integrations with all flavors of systems like CMDBs, ticketing systems, messaging platforms, whatever, where we partly like share a work between the integration team, but also for us in the case when your company has something like really company specific. It's not something available in the global market, it's something only for you, and you need those specific metrics to be collected within the Zabbix. We can jump on a call with the technical support and you explain what are the goals, what could be the challenges, what are the protocols that we can use, and a bit describe your system, and we will be ready to do the estimation and provide like a ready solution for you to achieve your goals. Technical support services. This slide was here a couple of minutes ago. I'll probably add just a little bit that you can see we have support availability. That's cool. Initial response time. Different tier has different SLAs for the response time and resolution time. I can tell you for sure we exceed these numbers more than 2 times. The numbers are really good. Customers do get their attention basically since the beginning. Since I work in a Zabbix, there's a rule of thumb that we don't leave any issue without our comment, without last message from us. It's very important that the customer sees and knows that we are here. Maybe we're not able to provide a solution to your problem with 1 or 2 comments, but we are always here to get more information from you and try to find a solution so that we can fix the problem and close the ticket. Knowledge exchange and sharing. Community is a huge part of the Zabbix, always has been and always will be. Huge amount of people sitting here is confirmation to that. And probably that's why many, not all, many Zabbix engineers create a lot, share it for free online, answer to your questions that you might have in different social media platforms like Telegram, virtual meetups that our marketing team organizes here and then. Free webinars available basically any week, only like if there's, like this week, there's Zabbix Summit. Everybody are busy with the summit, so this week we don't have a webinars. For next week we do. If you want to hear some experience background, you can always jump inside those, ask some questions, and receive, again, an answer not from someone who just learned this webinar presentation, but for someone who is providing the support to our customers for many years and had some hands-on experience with the most complex solutions. So even if the presentation, the webinar itself is about something simple, like how to install Zabbix in 5 minutes, I'm sure you can sneak in some a bit out-of-topic questions to receive some assistance from our engineers. Proactive support and assistance, which is very important, and that's probably one of the goals for us. Switch from being reactive and answering to the problems when they already happened and do our best to be proactive and find the issues, find some weak spots within your installation and point on them like, hey guys, there is an issue here. It's not a problem right now, but it will be after a week or 2, and do our best to solve it and provide some solutions before you even felt the problem itself happening. And I think that's also one of the key principles in a good support, so you get the assistance so that problems don't happen, not only someone who will guide you how to fix them when they already did. Training and resources. Having a customer support is good. You can rely that there always will be someone who will assist you, solve your problems, but for a good result, it's important to speak in the same language. So it's very beneficial that even our customers have some decent expertise with the Zabbix and some knowledge and understanding about how the components work and what you can expect from this and that. So that's a good place for the Zabbix training courses. Core courses to just get your head around the Zabbix and understand how it works, what it does. Extra courses if you are just focused on some specific niche. Maybe, I don't know, you decided that you want to ramp up the security of your Zabbix, so there is a designated course for the security which will guide you how you can improve all that you already have built. Webinars for free, public events for free, official and unofficial events, so there's quite a lot available for you to get some knowledge about the Zabbix. And to wrap things up, feedback and continuous improvement is extremely important for us. We really value any feedback in any channels, and you might think that this sort of limits, like, okay, you're listening for a feedback from your customers who are Zabbix users for 10 years, but we're not a paid customer, which is not true. Being a customer means that, okay, you have some few additional channels, like Service Desk, where you can provide this feedback, or leave a satisfaction comment and score after the ticket was closed. if you're not a paid customer but still a Zabbix user, there are plenty of resources and communication channels where you can share your feedback for us so that we can do our best to adopt to the changing IT, changing expectations of our customers, and provide a better solution for all of you. And I would lie if I would say that we don't have any challenges. We do, but the challenges are the ones that I hope we will always have, because those challenges are related with the fast and rapid growth of the company, our customer base, and also size of the customer support itself. A couple of years ago, we were only 5, 7 engineers. Right now, we're 18. We're looking for more. Zabbix is evolving. There are more and more new features. Zabbix is being used in more and more places, industries, and our main goal is to keep up with all of that and provide you the best customer support you could ever have. Thank you. That was it. Questions? No questions.
Yes,
Good.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so when providing support, do I get a dedicated engineer working on my issue until it's solved?
It depends. Normally, whenever you create an issue from the scratch, it is assigned to the engineer who is currently on a shift. All of that is happening automatically. We don't have any manual pick up your ticket from the pool. Let's say by default, when engineer ends his shift, we think that it's better to continue solving the problem instead of waiting when that engineer will come back to his shift, which might be tomorrow, might be after a week. Maybe he's delivering a training after today. If that problem is, let's say, not P1, it's not some sort of a blocker or something not working, it's more strategy question, planning an upgrade, planning to use some new functionality, and there's no rush, then you can just ask, like, okay, can we please tie this ticket to this engineer, put it in progress. We do understand that feedback and comments will come slower, but it's going to be one single engineer. And it doesn't mean that it should stay like this till the end. If the topic changes a bit and we see that, okay, this guy would suit you more with his background and his experience, we can always add some other engineer or switch the ticket between them.
Thank you. And what is the most common type of support request your team is handling?
Very frequent question and very different to answer. As I said, the questions are not so much about how can I create an item, how can I create a trigger. Apparently, our documentation team does a good job to describe that in documentation. Sometimes, probably about the performance and optimizing and tuning, again, not only Zabbix, but database, file system, operating system. Zabbix is a very extensive product, and we talked about this yesterday, that it's one product that can fit you to be installed on a Raspberry Pi and monitor your home lab with 3 servers and 2 switches, and the same product can be installed on multiple legal entity company monitoring different offices, different branches, systems, servers, whatever, millions of metrics. Same product. The difference is only on how many resources you throw on it, how you configure it, and are all related component configuration files tuned properly. So this might be one of the frequent questions whenever the company grows. They set up a Zabbix a while ago. Everything was tuned and polished and all was good. Right now they're adding a new data center and they want to make sure that performance will be good. So the question is like, okay, perhaps we should adjust some config files or think about improving the hardware.
Okay, thank you for the answer.
Thank you, guys. See you later.
Okay, thank you, Dmitry. Well, let's continue then. Sergey talked about the MSP subscription, and he showed us a vision on the Zabbix side, the business side of Zabbix. But how about you guys from the perspective of a customer, of a user, Zabbix partner, what is the best way to deploy, to design, to work with an MSP environment, deploying Zabbix on an MSP environment? To talk more about this, the next speaker comes from our sponsor, Opensource ICT Solutions, and he is a Zabbix trainer for the past 6 years. He's the founder of the Opensource ICT, and he has already done a lot of great things for the community. So please, a round of applause and receive Brian van Baekel from...
Thank you, good morning. As mentioned already, my name is Brian van Baekel, working as a Zabbix trainer, consultant, and well, working for a Zabbix partner in the Netherlands, United Kingdom, United States. Which means that we are kind of often building Zabbix environments. Actually, it's the only thing that we do. I mean, you've seen this one from Zabbix. We do exactly the same thing. And doing this means that we build it for normal customers, but also for MSPs. What we typically see is that an MSP got really, really different requirements, different challenges, different considerations. So let's go over those. Let's see what we have to think about when building something for an MSP. I think Sergey mentioned already, an MSP is not only monitoring its own environment, but mainly customer environments. So they have different challenges and different ways of setting up a Zabbix server. A typical setup, as we see it, is this, where you have one Zabbix server, just a global Zabbix server, with probably many proxies linked to it. And each proxy is responsible for monitoring a specific customer, or multiple proxies per customer, depending on how big the customer is. On this slide, it's a really simple representation of what we typically see. We are not talking about HA yet. This is just a simple drawing. So this is the typical setup. However, there is another option. This one. Many small instances. Technically, it is possible. Technically, we can just spin up a new Zabbix server per customer. Might be working perfectly fine, might be extremely dramatic at some point. So, what's the difference? Well, if you have one instance, it's a lot easier to manage. I mean, you've got to think about one Linux operating system, probably just one database or one database type, etc. At the same time, if you're using, I don't know, Red Hat, you probably pay something for the licenses, unfortunately. With just one Zabbix server or one Zabbix instance, you just pay for that single instance. If you have for each customer a separated Zabbix server, then you probably got to pay, well, a lot more for the licenses. Same thing with the databases, etc. For the upgrade, it's the same thing. With one instance, you just upgrade one Zabbix server to a new version, and although the impact is high or higher, it's just one action to perform. With many instances, probably each instance is smaller, so it's a lot easier to tune the performance. Probably it's a lot easier to do those upgrades, but yeah, it's going to be a repeating task for all those different environments. Another thing, and this one is really, really important. With one single server, you get that single pane of glass. And it was mentioned a few times already. Zabbix is really, really working on new widgets, new visualization, new options to make it even better. With many small servers, yeah, good luck. You need some custom coding. Probably you need some Grafana, some other stuff to get that single pane of glass and get your overview. Zabbix is working on it. It's on the roadmap. Let's see when it will be implemented and how useful it will be straight from the implementation. Okay, so let's just focus on one instance, because that's what we typically see. One big instance, many proxies tied to it. We get another benefit: uniform monitoring, uniform configuration, and uniform alerting. Since you are playing around in one Zabbix instance, it is really just reusing your templates instead of synchronizing it. It is really just creating new hosts. Or even better, for the alerting part, you create once a nice structure, and you can somewhat copy-paste that structure for all new customers. And that's one of the most important things, I think. Be structured, be uniform, but also think about way too many things before you actually start implementing it. Another benefit: if you have one Zabbix server, you need a proxy per customer. And that means that the only thing that you have to set up, the only thing that you have to configure to onboard a new customer is a new proxy. And that happens to be extremely straightforward. So give me a Linux machine, I go to the Zabbix website, spin up that proxy. It's taking like 10, 15 minutes, including a coffee break. I go back to the Zabbix front end, add that proxy, add new host, bam, monitoring works. That's honestly all that it takes. Okay, are there any other benefits? Sure thing. Of course there are more benefits. How about automation? Typically with an MSP, we see that there is a small margin per host, per device. So everything needs to be as efficient as possible. Doing things manually, not too efficient. So how about linking it to a CMDB? Quite often, Netbox, ServiceNow, products like that. How about your ticketing system? How about the authentication stuff? All these things can be easily automated with just one Zabbix server. Even better, how about building everything via API? I mean, it really makes no sense to things manually again and again and again. Script it away, automate it. Okay, so far so good. Let's talk about the bad things. Let's talk about the drawbacks, because there are always drawbacks. And yes, we know we've got Zabbix support, we've got partners to help you out if something happens, but let's try to prevent it. How about this one? And it happens a lot, actually. Your Zabbix server goes down, and then suddenly you're blindfolded. Because, yeah, too bad, connection refused. And it might be an easy fix, but with one instance, if you don't think about high availability, yeah, you might have some sort of issue. Another one, and this is for us always a big challenge, scaling it. So we have some examples. I mean, lack of available memory, utilization of the ICMP pinger process, some other stuff there. But that's just the beginning of how bad it can be. I mean, the screenshot at the bottom, and I think it's hard to see, is of one of our customers, where the instance is growing and growing and growing. And then we get, well, graphs like this, where you really have to think about how can we improve the I/O weight. And it will become worse if we don't take action at some point. So far, it's working perfectly fine, but we need to take action and try to understand how much it will grow. So how many hosts, how many items, what's going to be the update interval, how long do we keep the historical data or the trend data? And the worst one, take account for expansion. I mean, that's problematic. I can always just count the hosts, estimate the items, but what will be the growth in the upcoming 2, 3, 4 years? So that's an interesting one. Okay, so we have quite a few things to think about already. Scaling, probably high availability, automation, etc. So we start, and then at some point we realize that we forgot a few things. It can be fixed. Of course, it can be fixed, but it might be time-consuming. So let's start thinking about these things before the implementation takes place. And there are a few things. Naming, as a first one, naming. So we create a new Windows host, give it some sort of stupid name. And I'm not ranting about Windows, don't get me wrong. We give it some sort of stupid name, new customer comes with a Windows machine, we try to give it the same stupid name, and Zabbix is more than happy to tell you, nope, that's not allowed. Hosts with the same name already exist. So we call it my awesome Windows host 1 and 2 and 3, and well, there you go. So, names, really important. Same thing for the host groups, actually. Host groups used for logical grouping, but also for the permissions. And trust me, it's going to be great fun if you place every host in just one group. Technically, it's going to be perfectly fine. But for the rest, it's going to be a nightmare. So what we typically do, we create host groups with a customer name, what we are monitoring, and optionally where that thing is located, an office location, a country, a city, or whatever. For all these things, so for the host names, for the host groups, most important part, be structured. So just an example here that we see, well, a bit. And I'm not telling that this is the best solution. It's just to give you an idea how to structure things. So a 4-digit customer name, then a 1-character type, 3-character location code, the environment, the row, and then an incrementing number. And again, this is just an example. It can be anything, as long as it is structured, and you follow that structure always, then it can be anything. And now my awesome Windows host 1 is not really structured. For the templates, we do the same thing. We just make sure that we have a what and a how. And well, these are just the normal Zabbix templates already. So we are monitoring IIS or Linux or Windows or whatever via SNMP, via Zabbix Agent, via IPMI, or however you are monitoring that thing. Okay. We have another one. Quite often forgotten, to be honest, the actions. So, if you have just one customer, one environment, don't care. It really does not make any sense to put a lot of effort in making a structured action name. But if you have many different customers, many different environments, you really would like to be able to filter per customer and see what's going on there. There we go. So who, the customer name, what we are reporting on, and how we are reporting on it. I don't want to go into all actions one by one to see what's going on there. I really would like to see it immediately just from that overview. Same thing for the dashboards. And actually, look at the example. So Brian's dashboard, some databases, a global view, Linux servers, MS SQL dashboard. Great, sure. If this was the whole list and it will not expand, it will be fine. But what if it keeps on expanding with new customers and new types, and at some point you will have a hard time finding the correct dashboard? Structure these things. So application databases, personal, servers, everything regarding Zabbix, networking, customer name, whatever you would like to use there. Be structured. That's the whole thing. And it just continues and continues, but this one needs a bit of special attention. Within Zabbix, you can just create a super admin, and that super admin can see everything. Perfectly fine. And if it's your own internal network, your own internal infrastructure, should be not too problematic. However, we are talking about MSPs. We are talking about different customers. And probably you do not want to expose the data of customer 1 to customer 2 and 3. So you need to think about permissions. Within Zabbix, we've got 3 different user types. We've got a super admin, which is, in my opinion, still equal to root. We've got admin, and we've got the user type. As an admin, you will end up with the permissions as configured in the user groups. As a user type, you will always have read-only access. So user is by far the most safe option here. Can we make it better? Yes, actually we can, or we must. So we have those user roles in place. And with those user roles, we still specify the user type and which options in the front end can be seen. But also, kind of important, this one. Access to the services. So if you have a customer and that customer is using the services option within Zabbix, the only way to nicely limit the access is done in the user roles. So just create a role per customer, per user type, and there we go. For the dashboards, it's just the same thing once again. You create hopefully a dashboard or multiple dashboards per customer, and then who can see what? Well, customer 1 does have some ugly looking dashboard with a map, some item value, perfectly fine. What if you are including data of customer 2? He will be able to see, customer 1 that is, will be able to see the dashboard, but will get a nice error message that there is no permissions to see whatever is presented there. So within the dashboards, permissions are fully respected, and that's one of the other reasons that you definitely not would like to have a customer with super admin type, because super admin can see everything. For the actions, the same thing actually. So this is a screenshot logged in as a super admin, where you can see all actions, you can see all customers, all options, etc. And then we give customer access to our Zabbix. There we go. Customer 1, user type is admin, and this type, this user got read-write access on customer 1 host group. He will see only his own actions, only that is regarding customer 1 stuff because of this one. Host group equals customer 1. And although we have multiple actions, they are not presented to that customer, just how it should be. Same thing for the maintenance basically. As a super admin, you can see all maintenance periods. As once again, customer 1, admin type, read-write access to that group. He will be able to see and create only maintenance for his own host. And then the question, of course, is should he be able to make maintenance to start with? But that's a different discussion, I think. So, wrapping up the permission stuff, yes, we can use Zabbix in an MSP environment, permission-wise, that is. No, never, ever, ever provide super admin rights to a customer. Or if you like living on the edge, go for it, but don't call us. You create them as a user. Only in specific cases you upgrade them to the type admin. And for the rest, that's it. Okay. For HA, equally important, I think. We have one Zabbix server. The thing goes down, you're blindfolded. Good luck. Try to explain that to your customer. That's not going to work out. So, first step, proxies. What happens if your Zabbix server goes down without a proxy? Most likely your data is gone. There are a few edge cases with Agent 2 that you can preserve a bit of data, but you will be presented with a nice gap. If you have proxies in place, these things will buffer the data for, by default, 1 hour, and there we go. It starts synchronizing once the Zabbix server is back online. So proxies. Okay, then, and I'm not going to discuss in depth how we are building all HA environments, but this is just a single Zabbix server hosting all 3 different services. So the front end, server daemon, the database. Single point of failure. I mean, machine goes down, Zabbix is gone. How about building something like this? So we have 4 Linux machines where one machine responsible for the front-end Zabbix server, another one, again, front-end Zabbix server, and 2 databases. And if you're happy to discuss that you should have 2 or 3 databases in a cluster, find me later on, we can discuss it. But quite often we are building 2-node clusters. We make sure that the databases are synchronized. We make sure that we use the native HA function within Zabbix. And we've got a, well, somewhat high available setup. We might need some load balancers in front of it, etc., but it should be fine. Upgrades is another story. And actually this one is somewhat problematic. And it was mentioned yesterday by Alexei already. It is solved in the current versions. If you have a Zabbix instance before Zabbix 6.4, you need to upgrade your Zabbix server daemon and the proxy at the same time. And there are a few edge cases where you can, well, work around it for a limited amount of time, but at some point your monitoring stops. So you need to fix, well, somehow that you have your Zabbix server and proxies upgraded at the same time. Starting from 6.4, we can have that mismatch in the major version. So we can upgrade our Zabbix server, and then we have time to upgrade our proxies. And that's mainly because the proxies keep on sending the data, can execute remote commands, and well, that's giving us a time frame to upgrade. Okay, wrapping up. Zabbix in an MSP environment? Yes. Always, yes. But you need to take a few things in considerations before you start, or willing to make many configuration changes afterwards to fix everything. But Zabbix in an MSP environment, yes, definitely. As I mentioned, you can always reach out to us for any questions. Find us here on LinkedIn, webinars, trainings, whatever, more than happy to discuss. Also, on LinkedIn, we are extremely active. So just follow our page and you will see, well, really fast all new Zabbix updates, features, etc. That's it from my side. So, I'm looking to the other side. Kaspers.
Yes, Brian. How are you handling multiple single sign-on providers for different customers? Yes, as each may want to use his own.
As far as I'm concerned, with Zabbix 6.4, we have just-in-time user provisioning, where we can use multiple providers.
Okay, and what permission level is needed in order to allow the customer sysadmin to have the ability just to add or remove his machines to maintenance mode?
So he should be an admin type, being able to see maintenance in the front end, and never a super admin. He must have read-write access though.
Thank you very much.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. Yes, those things make a huge difference, guys. Design your environment before you deploy it. So, here's the deal. We're talking in the background and you thought, oh, everybody looks so pretty today, so beautiful. So we're gonna take another picture, okay? So, wake up, big smiles. Let's in. Yeah, I'll talk about it. Okay, let me get in place. I want to be in the picture as well. Hey. Okay, guys. Oh, hello, hello. Okay. Okay, guys. So, how do you like my hat? Really good. Yeah. The backpack is also cool. So if you want to get one of those, the backpack, you can go to the testimonial booth, and they are giving some vouchers for people that are making their testimonial. And the sponsors booth, you can also visit to talk more with our sponsors about Zabbix, and the merch, where you can get this outfit that I am wearing. And remember that you all also will receive this candy, really tasty actually. And inside this candy, you may find a voucher for a extra course training of Zabbix. So make sure that you explore the whole area if you want to get this, okay? We still have, there are supposed to be 5 of this, but I know that at least 2 persons already want it. So run away, get your chance, don't miss the chance. And okay, let's go to the coffee break now. Let's just chill a little bit and be back in 30 minutes.
Okay, Michael Kammer here again from Zabbix Marketing, and I'm talking to Dmitry Lambert, who is the head of support at Zabbix. And my first question for you is, what advantages do summits and similar events have for the support community?
I think it's a great celebration. It's opportunity to take a bit off from a daily work. It's a huge event whenever Zabbix users, customers come from different places, and just the networking, sharing experience of a product, giving some insights on how you can use it, how you can adopt it for your needs in a company. So just a lot of talking and good time.
Great. Are there any speeches that you're especially interested in this year?
I really enjoyed Steven, Banana, right, Giraffe. It's just a little bit of cold shower after technical stuff, because at the end of the day, again, we come here to have a good time and not only talk about the technical stuff, but also get entertained. But of course, the technical stuff is also on spot with good talks, good experience, and use cases with the Zabbix.
And last but not least, what's the biggest recent change in the field of tech support that you've noticed?
Biggest change for us within the team, as I said in my speech, is technical account managers. It's a new addition for us this year, which will not only help our customers to get a better experience with the Zabbix and our services, but also a good addition for the Zabbix as a company to understand the customer base, their needs and expectations better, so that we can improve the products, deliveries to try to meet their goals.
Great. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll talk to you later. Okay, bye. Okay. Next up, of course, we've got Sergey Sorokin, who is head of business development, and just a few questions for him. So, Sergey, for starters, what's the advantage of an event like Zabbix Summit from a business development perspective?
Okay, I think there are plenty of advantages for us and for those who are coming to this event. I think one of course, it's like seeing each face-to-face. I think that's very important. The second, if you would see the atmosphere, and what we're doing here is basically I'm dragging people from one to another. If somebody would say, okay, I'm thinking about monitoring OT, and I would say, hey, I know the guy who's already doing that, let's go and meet him, right? And somebody is thinking, I'm thinking about that, and I will put people together, and I will listen, and many of others will listen to what they do, to what they dream about, and in the kind of environment not like a summit, it's very hard to do that. It's even on the local events, you would see only people coming from one country, and they're limited in what they do within the country. Here we would see companies from Japan exchanging opinion with the customers from Netherlands, saying what they do, what they expect from Zabbix. So there's opportunities and possibilities are completely different.
Okay, great. So you've been coming to Zabbix Summits for as long as there have been Zabbix Summits, and so yeah, as a longtime veteran, how does the atmosphere this year compare to years in the past?
I think that it's getting better all the time. And I will tell you the reason. It's just not that I want to advertise the event, but I mean, the amount of people that are coming not for the first year and that are already know us, that know each other, is kind of increasing with every year, right? And they're coming here like more like at home, or like, you know, like you're coming to your parents' or grandparents' house for a weekend, and where you feel loved, where you feel kind of known, where you relax, where you, again, exchange the opinion, tell about what you did in the last year. You would be surprised how many people share the photos of their kids, saying this is, you know, he grown up and now he's able to run. So it's like an atmosphere is very emotional and very kind of special.
That's great to hear. And Leslie, just talking business, how do you see our marketplace evolving over the next couple of years?
You mean about the future
Yes.
from now? You know, I hope that I will not kind of break it by saying, but it actually goes up, and we see this trend and the feeling. There are changes, business changes among our competitors. There is improvement in Zabbix itself. There are more partners and better penetration across many markets. So the amount of interest that is coming, the amount of the questions and the complexity of the questions that is coming is showing us that actually the future for Zabbix is bright. We just need to continue, we just need not to break what we already have and just follow the path that is already there.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Yep. Bye for now.
Bye.
Mm-hmm. Okay, should I? Okay. All right. Hello. Hi. Michael from Zabbix Marketing. So I'm here with a gentleman from SRA OSS. And I'd just like to ask you, for starters, as a summit sponsor, has this event lived up to your expectations so far?
Yes, of course. I'm so glad to see people from all over the world, Zabbix fans, and to let them know about us and to connect with them. Yeah.
That's great. And talking about SRA OSS for a minute, what do you think is the biggest thing that sets your company apart from your competition?
Yeah, we provide Zabbix technical support and installation service, and we also provide a variety of OSSs such as PostgreSQL and Apache HTTPD, NGX, and pacemakers. So if our customer use PostgreSQL as Zabbix TV, we can support that as well.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much for your time, and bye for now, and hopefully talk to you soon. Okay. Thank you. Yep, okay. Oh, sorry, there you are. Okay. Next up, we've got Brian van Baekel, of course, and so, Brian, as an active community member, you're CEO of Opensource IT Solutions, you know, you're a certified trainer, you've written books about Zabbix, you're Mr. Zabbix, basically, right? And it's a lot. So, but where did it all begin? How did your Zabbix journey kind of start, would you say?
So 13 years ago, 12 years ago, at my previous company, they used Zabbix. They were using Zabbix 1.8, and at that point, I was convinced Zabbix was bad. I really was convinced at that point. So I tried to get rid of it. I failed, and if you fail, you've got to work with the product. that's what happened. And once we upgraded to Zabbix 2.4, I basically fell in love with the product. And well, ever since I'm using it, expanding it, playing around with it. But yeah, that's where it started, 1.8, where I tried to get rid of it. Yeah.
That's great. Okay. So with talking about open source ICT, what do you see? What basically would you say that you offer customers?
We always tell three things: support, training, consultancy on one product, Zabbix. It's literally the only thing that we do. So being a partner in the Netherlands, United Kingdom, United States, we are basically working all over the world, 24/7 with the product, building implementations, providing support like Zabbix is doing as well as a first line, and of course all kinds of trainings to help our customers. So that's really straightforward. Zabbix it is.
Great. Okay. So yeah, it's been a long time since you were new with Zabbix, and we know a little bit about how your journey started. But what's a piece of advice that you would give to a complete Zabbix newbie?
There is one advice that is extremely valuable: don't give up. The product got a steep learning curve, but once you get the hang of it, once things start clicking, it is so flexible and rewarding that the best advice: don't give up. Play around, enjoy the product, and you will see the value of it.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right. Bye for now. Yep. Okay. Bye for now. We'll have some more interviews a bit later, but yeah, we're off for now. Thanks.
And we are back. Come on, guys, take your seats. Close the door. Everybody take a good break. So let's continue. I believe most of you guys, or maybe all of you guys, know how difficult it is to manage a huge environment of Zabbix when you are dealing with 10,000s of hosts, and you definitely need some automation to get all those hosts registered, and you also need to manage all the stuff like actions and maintenance, all of these things. So our next speaker is going to give us some tips and tricks for working with Zabbix in huge environments. And gotta say, this guy is quite a legend. Okay, he is the first Zabbix certified trainer ever. He had around 2,000 lectures already, so that's a lot of students. And he works for NTT Com Engineering, one of our sponsors today. So let's welcome with a warm applause Mr. Takashi Fukushima from Japan.
Thank you for your introduction. By the way, I have a script because I am not good at English, but I can give a presentation in English only on the iPad. Thank you. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Takashi Fukushima. I have been a Zabbix trainer in Japan since 2009. I am the first official trainer outside of Zabbix company. And I have held the role of a Zabbix trainer for the longest period. So, over 15 years, I started 2009, I started training. So, yes, next year, my 15th anniversary year, maybe I wonder. Yeah. So, even after I became a trainer, the organization I belonged to didn't change. But the company name kept changing. So, now this one. So, this sponsor logo is incorrect. This logo is correct. Okay? Today, I would like to introduce a particular project I have been involved in. So, we received a consultation from company A. Please suggest a monitoring system. Okay? So, company A has several requirements. They had many branches. But monitoring is centralized in a main office. There were variations in the system at each branch. Each branch has system administrator. So, additional requirements. Detect problem will be integrated with a ticket management system provided by company A and managed within the system. Zabbix will only data collection and problem detection. Web interface will not be used for reference. The monitoring scope includes both server and network device. Support automatic addition and modification of monitoring settings. And rollback in case of failure. Easily set up multiple log monitors and process monitors. Maintenance settings individually depending on the type of log message. And automatically close problem events in log monitoring. Yeah. An overview of the completed system is as follows. Zabbix version 5.0, 8 proxy servers, 600,000 hosts, and 1.4 million items. So about 4,000 NVPS. 4,000 NVPS is not a large scale, but since there is a lot of log monitoring, a maximum of 30,000 NVPS is required. This Zabbix has following mechanism. Mechanism 1, automatic registration. Mechanism 2, automatic close problem events. Mechanism 3, flexible maintenance settings. Okay, next, about the automatic registration mechanism. The new registration of monitoring settings is carried out in the following 6 steps. The first step, register and update Zabbix hosts based on host information recorded in CMDB. To facilitate the rollback mechanism, even if it's an update to an existing host, the host is registered as new, and a unique prefix is added to the host name during registration, and tag indication, provisional registration, is assigned to the host tag. Second step, tag maintenance settings are configured for the tag indication provisional registration. This one. The key point here is to use with data collection. Allow 1 minute interval for processing to ensure that the maintenance status became active. Third step, the hosts that were registered in step 1 are activated. 1 minute interval again to wait for synchronization between the database and the configuration cache. Of course, config cache reload is running, but if config cache reload is executed during a cache update, it will be ignored. This is the waiting time to ensure synchronization. Fourth step, the template with the custom LLD registered is linked to the host. Custom LLD creates a varying number of items and triggers. The custom LLD rules are populated with data in CSV format using Zabbix sender. Okay? So CSV is converted to JSON with LLD macro. Yes. Items and triggers are generated according to the contents of the JSON. Fifth step, change the monitored by proxy, setting on each host to the original setting. So, final step, the maintenance settings are removed using the Zabbix API, and the monitoring is started. If any process fails, the host will be removed by the rollback mechanism. If all process is successful, registered host will be renamed to the original host name. So remove prefix. This process is done for each host. To reflect the status change, execute config cache reload in the order of Zabbix server and proxy. Okay, next, about automatic close problem event mechanism. So, we call monitoring that pairs problem and OK with stateful monitoring. For example, resource monitoring. On the other hand, monitoring is which problem and OK are not necessarily paired is called stateless monitoring. For example, SNMP trap log monitoring. We also implemented a mechanism to automatically close problem events by attaching a special tag to the trigger, which is stateless monitoring. Action will only be executed if problem event has a special tag. This action utilizes the media type script to run a close script. Close script close the event using Zabbix API's method, event.acknowledge, and event.id macro. So next, about the flexible maintenance settings mechanism. Using the mechanism of automatic registration, log monitoring items and triggers, and process monitoring items and triggers were automatically generated using custom LLD. At this time, unique ID number is set for each message in the log monitoring trigger tag, similar to event ID in the Windows event log. By setting tag level maintenance using this ID tag, log monitoring can be performed as maintenance by message type basis. And those Zabbix system for monitoring and problem detection has been completed. Thanks to the ease of configuration, everyone at Company A was delighted. Okay? So this is a special system. Okay? Next, troubleshooting case 1. So one day, Company A contacted us with the following inquiry. Oh, today, auto-registration tool has suddenly terminated with an error. We have urgent monitoring settings to add. We need your help. Oh. For me, the legend Zabbix trainer, solving this problem was easier than twisting a baby's hand. But I am a gentleman, so I won't twist a baby's hand. So because this issue answered in the Zabbix manual, because Zabbix sender was being executed by a shell. It violated the kernel's argmax and failed with an argument list too long error. Modifying the program so Zabbix sender process using input file option, so I immediately gave instruction to the team member. Okay? So, however, you should be aware of other limitations as well. For instance, Zabbix sender can only handle data up to 512 kilobytes. In user parameters, up to Zabbix 5.0, the limit is also 512 kilobytes. In Zabbix 6.0, it's expanded to 16 megabytes. However, you need to be more careful when using Zabbix proxy. Because, for example, in MySQL, the maximum size of history data in the Zabbix database is 64 kilobytes. This point is bottleneck. Okay? Next, troubleshooting case 2. 24, no, 12. I am not Jack Bauer. That day, as a legendary trainer, I was planning to enjoy my first day off in a while. To enjoy my hobby of skiing, I rented a car and set out early in the morning, about 8 p.m. The plan was to return the rental car at 8 p.m. and then have an elegant dinner. Around 10 a.m., as soon as I arrived at the ski resort, my smartphone rang. It's me. Boss, company informed me that the problem had occurred. They want you to respond as soon as possible. It appears that the following issue have occurred. So, yes. NVPS of Zabbix server has decreased by about 1/10. Front-end displays an error indicating cannot communicate with the Zabbix server. Noded function is causing an error on a host that is directly monitored from the Zabbix server. Finally, history index cache became full, and Zabbix server process was down. So restarting Zabbix server and database did not resolve this issue. So after investigation by our team members, we discovered that the following issue was occurring. So high load was occurring in many processes. So I thought, this is most likely caused by an automatic close problem event, because we don't often see increased load on task manager. So we had a conference call with company A for about an hour. We proposed to company A to suspend automatic close problem mechanism for the time being. But problem closed during conference call. I decided to enjoy skiing. The investigation will resume tomorrow. So maybe after standing in the parking lot for an hour, I was cold the core and needed some exercise. So after enjoying skiing, I decided to head home a little early to avoid traffic jams. When I looked at my smartphone, I saw an incoming call history. It was from my team member. Boss, the problem that occurred at company A in the morning occurred again. But there was a new crew. So this one, over 100 maintenance settings. So after disabling all maintenance settings, Zabbix system recovered. So, okay. I'm pressed for time to return my rental car. Resume the investigation tomorrow. But my big boss said, so please read the source code now. The only acceptable answers for me are yes or okay. So I analyzed the Zabbix source code on the small screen of my iPhone in the car. And I was able to discover the codes only on the iPhone. So I was able to analyze the tag maintenance specifications. The number of tag verification checks can easily increase. So this one, so multiple. So therefore, we need to keep the multiplication result of M, N, O, and P small. I was on a conference call in a frigid car with the engine turned off. I told my team members that they could avoid incidents by consolidation maintenance settings. Naturally, consolidation maintenance setting, yeah. So naturally, traffic jam on the way home. Of course, I paid the extended rental car fee, but I didn't catch a cold. And I solved this problem. I realized that I had been arrogant and prideful and decided to change my mind. So I am not a legendary trainer. I reborn. Zabbix ちょっとだけできるトレーナー。Yes, yes. So, the meaning of Zabbix ちょっとだけできる is I can use Zabbix a little. Yes. I am Zabbix ちょっとだけできるトレーナー。Yes. So, if you want this Zabbix ちょっとだけできる T-shirts, please ask the staff at Zabbix Japan staff, okay? Summary. Custom LLD is a powerful and useful feature with great potential. But it should be used with a good understanding of Zabbix's specifications. So next, number 2, tag level maintenance is a hand-free feature that allows for flexible maintenance setting. But excessive use tag maintenance will increase the system load. Last, if you want to enjoy skiing, better not to bring your smartphone, okay? Yeah. Thank you for your attention.
Questions? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Takashi. So, let's talk about database. Not database of Zabbix, but monitoring database. We have quite ways on how to monitor database, either with Unix ODBC or with the Zabbix Agent 2. And we are going to explore this with our next speaker. Some of you might have attended to the workshop this morning, but this guy here, he's been working with Zabbix for more than 11 years. He's really knowledgeable and a really great colleague of mine. So please, warm welcome to Edgars Melveris.
Thank you, Vittorio. Victor. Okay, hi. So as mentioned, I will try to tell you today about current options in how to monitor databases with Zabbix. Okay, but first, why? I guess most of you understand how crucial databases are in any IT environment. not just Zabbix uses a database. As you know, Zabbix will stop working if the DB is down. Now, that might be very important, but often you will have even more important databases, and if they are down or perform bad, well, you might be losing money, lots of money, so you want to notice early if performance is decreasing. You want to know immediately if it's down. Plus, if the DB is handling some types of business processes, it might also have some useful information about those processes in it, and you could monitor those too. I will have a short use case at the end. So how at the moment? Recommended, I believe, are the first two options, so using ODBC and Agent 2. There's also user parameters, which is kind of a universal tool for everything. Those two could be used. So let's look at ODBC in more details, how it works. The good thing about ODBC is that it provides a single interface to communicate with multiple types of databases. So Zabbix only communicates with Unix ODBC, and then, depending on the database type, you could use different driver. And what happens after that? Well, we don't even need to know. The driver knows how to work with this DB, so it connects and executes some queries. If you install Zabbix from our provided packages, Unix ODBC is already built in, but you might need to install specific drivers for your database. There are instructions in our documentation how to do that, which drivers to use, etc., etc. Okay, and in more details from Zabbix's side, it is the ODBC poller that communicates with ODBC. You need to start at least one such poller, otherwise those items will not work at all. And it is not asynchronous, it is a synchronous process, so the amount you will need, it will depend on how many databases are you monitoring from this server or proxy, what types of queries, how long do they execute. So in the end, there is no universal rule. You just need to see how busy they are and start more as needed. Okay, and then the items you can use to actually get data out of a database. Okay, so DB ODBC select. This is one of the simplest ones. It will just return one value. So the query you built for it should return just one value. Okay, but if it returns more, Zabbix will use only the first column, first row. Other ones are just completely ignored. Okay, it also offers you built-in discovery, but this is a legacy approach to it. A bit later I will show you why this is not recommended anymore. But in short, it does the discovery. Whatever is returned from the query you execute there, columns will become macros, LLD macros, which can immediately be used in item prototypes, and then you create those simple ODBC select items, fill in parameters in them from the discovery, and those items should start working. The new approach to do that, as we have introduced in many other places in Zabbix, is to create one item which collects lots of values. Okay, and then build dependent items on that. And here, this is now odbc.get. Create a query that gets information about, well, all the metrics you want, plus also if you need some discoveries, also return data useful for discoveries. It returns a standard JSON value. From that, you can build a dependent discovery rule, define LLD macros from, well, standard JSON path, and item prototypes then are also dependent items where you define preprocessing steps, how to extract one single value from it, and use those same macros in preprocessing. Okay, so at the moment we have official templates for ODBC for Microsoft SQL, MySQL, Oracle, and PostgreSQL. It's really simple to implement them. Just set up ODBC, create a host, link template to it, and it should work. Some macros also. Now, what's the difference between the old approach where each item gets its own value? They do lots of connections to database. Lots of simple, small, but still lots of queries, lots of connections. Instead, now we do this one connection that gets everything. We have dependent items after that, and Zabbix itself figures out what value goes where, how do we want to use use it. And, well, less load on the database is better always. Okay, then the current new options using Agent 2 plugins. Okay, so existing integrations from Agent 2. So for the classical relational SQL database, so Oracle, MySQL, and PostgreSQL are already covered. Microsoft SQL coming soon. So the plugin itself and template is supposed to be released soon. But not only those types of databases, there are other types. We had a bit of a discussion in the morning, can you call this a database or not? Let's not go into that. There's the and also object stores or many other things could be monitored. So there are also other plugins for the Agent 2. Okay, so most of those plugins will come pre-installed with Agent 2. Any current Agent 2 will have them. A couple of them come on separate packages. Then you need to also install those. They used to be dependencies of Agent 2. Now they are not. As we did also in the morning, we installed an additional package to be able to monitor MongoDB or PostgreSQL. And they're available from our repository. Okay, so how to set it up? Well, in this case, no ODBC. The agent itself knows how to communicate with the database. And this is then a Zabbix agent built-in item. So you need to install Zabbix agent. You need to prepare the database. Again, maybe some user needs to be prepared, some permissions, but depends on the DB type. And in Zabbix, you just create a host with an agent interface, but a big benefit from this is that you could also use active agent for monitoring it. Depending on your environment, that might be the only option. And, well, assign the template, enter some macros, and you should be good to go. One thing that often confuses people is where do I put the DB address, what is the agent interface address, and how does that all work together? So here it's important to understand there are two connections here. One is Zabbix server or proxy communicates with the agent, and then agent interface you need to provide with the address where the agent is running. And the second connection is from agent to the database. Okay, and in the macros, you need to define address, how does the agent connect to the database. Okay, so one option is, well, install the agent on the same host where you have your database. Then, in Zabbix server, you define address of that host for the agent interface, and agent is then locally connecting to the DB. But maybe for some reason you cannot install the agent on database or don't want to. Well, just as well, this will work. Agent is installed on Zabbix server, connection is local there, and then agent connects to database. Or maybe in some cases it's even more important to see not if the DB is available, it might be, but is it available to the application that's supposed to use it. There might be a third host somewhere here, the application that connects to DB, so put the agent there, and then you're monitoring it from that location, and, well, you can kind of trust that your application should also be available if the DB is available. Okay, just like for ODBC, there are built-in templates, as I mentioned, and a similar approach is used. So there is one or multiple items that each will collect a certain amount of values, and then there is dependent items which each extract some details out of it. I won't show these details again, we explained how that works already in ODBC. And in the end, it doesn't matter which one you use, you end up having metrics, having triggers, and, well, seeing what's going on the DB. Now, with Agent 2 plugins, it used to be a bit of a problem that the items that were built in would return, well, a static amount of metrics, and if you need some other customizations, you couldn't do it. Well, that's solved now. There are custom query options. So if you need some other query, just create an item, custom query, prepare it, and then again it returns a JSON object. Use it in LLD, use it in dependent items, or however else you need to. Okay, we also have some other methods. As I mentioned, user parameters, universal tool for everything. If you can execute a command and get back a result, you can use user parameter to collect such values. This used to be the main approach in well, monitoring databases, well, also DB, or DBC, but still. Right now, I would not start using it, but if you still have it, it works, well, why not? Okay, next we also have some other database types and different collection methods depending on those. Okay, so these also are available templates in Zabbix, comes out of the box. Java items could be used to monitor them. HTTP items could be used if this application has some standard API we can use. And then again, some dependent items and extract the metrics that we need. Well, okay, and now I promised a very simple use case how to monitor business processes, and it indeed is very simple. So there's an application in which some users create invoices for customers, and there is, well, some other program that's supposed to read it, prepare PDF, and send it out. And for unknown reasons, that other process often just stops working. It's up, it shows as running, but doesn't do anything. Simple restart solves the situation, but of course here if we need to, well, wait for user to notice this, report to somebody, and then somebody goes and manually intervenes, well, that's not good. Customers are not getting their invoices. Maybe then they say, well, we didn't get the invoice, so we're not paying it today anymore. And so, simple custom query, get the data, how many unsent emails do we have in the database, build a trigger. If there's more than what we need, well, this is a problem, and maybe even run a remote command to automatically restart that process, so no human intervention needed at all. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
So there will be a couple of questions, don't run too fast. So they will be simple, don't worry. So while monitoring or for monitoring databases, we usually need the credentials, so login, password. What would be the best approach to keep them secure?
Not really related to DB monitoring, but in general, how to keep credentials secure. First option, just secret text macros. Okay, so you won't see them in the front end, not available via API. You can't retrieve them, only change them, but still in DB, then they are, well, in plain text. If you want something truly secure, well, vaults, external vaults where things are actually encrypted. And another thing, don't provide more permissions to the users than actually required. Okay.
And another one, can you maybe give some recommendations how to simplify monitoring of, well, essentially thousands of database in case that happens? Is there some way to automate the process?
Well, API easily, of course. But in general, it's the same question as how to monitor thousands of hosts in general. Okay, so you should have some way to automate it. Well, auto-registration could be used. So define some metadata that contains the DB type, automatically links the template, but also make sure that those users and macros are set correctly. In that case, probably it makes sense to use the same credentials so that you can reuse them from the template, because it would be hard to maintain different ones for each host. Or, well, network discovery, API, well, any ways you automate host creation and management in Zabbix.
Yep, thank you very much for your answers and your time.
Thank you, Edgars. Okay, we are talking about a lot of stuff here, and there are some scenarios, specific scenarios where when we are dealing with lots of different interfaces, different equipments and devices, and this is the case that we're going to see right now on the audiovisual industry. So I'd like to call the team leader of IT and application development, member of the board on Tingo, Silvano Giacomello, to show us a little more about this.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Be nice. It's my first speech in front of so many people, and also in English. And I will promise I will not have the whole length of the presentation, so the lunch will be soon. Who am I? My name is Silvano. I'm IT project manager at Tingo. I'm working with Zabbix since version 2.2, and I'm a certified expert in version 5, thanks to Wolfgang. Who is Tingo? Tingo is an independent planning office for audio, video, and media technology and application development. We are 12 people, including 1 trainee, founded in 2009, based in Switzerland. A short overview about our Zabbix infrastructure. We have a cloud-based redundant Zabbix infrastructure in Europe, hosted at OVH Cloud and Netcop. We have 2 application servers, we have 2 database servers, and 2 remote monitoring nodes, which are checking each service together in different countries. So we know that the whole infrastructure should be running correctly. And also we have 1 general Zabbix proxy, which we are using for checking websites, certificates, and stuff like that in the public internet. This is a little map of Zabbix, or inside Zabbix, of our infrastructure. Why this speech? AV is the acronym for audio and visual. Near everyone in here is using something from the AV industry. I don't see the notes. Is it possible to have the notes? Sorry. Sorry for that. So it will be longer.
Guys, we are technical issues. You know, anyone from support there? Anyone that does work with IT? Well, we are solving this right now. Sorry for this, technical problems. The first one, actually. You see? It always happens sometime in some event. But we are solving this right now. Sorry for that. And thank you, claps. That was. Thank you for the claps. Thank you. That's really.
Sorry for that. You can show again.
Can you check now?
Yes.
Okay.
Some people may be asking why this speech. This speech won't be a deep dive into Zabbix, because the most of what we are using is Zabbix standard. We are using agent, we are using senders, ping, LLD, etc. But what is special about the AV installation and industry? There were issues which we were facing when we did implement Zabbix. Let me show you those and how we did resolve those. But first, what is AV? AV is the acronym for audio and visual. I think near everyone in this room is using something from the AV industry, maybe daily or weekly, or have contact with it. As an example, when you're using Teams, Zoom, WebEx or something, or like me, I'm using these projectors, this headset, and the loudspeakers. This is AV. It's audio. It's visual. And it's interactive experience. Back to our challenges which we were facing. But before, I will show you those and information which we need later for resolving those issues and challenges. Almost in every AV installation, there is so-called control system. This control system, like its name, does control the whole installation. It can communicate with all devices and knows the status of them. So we keep in mind that we have something like a brain on site. AV is an industry with a huge amount of devices, with different operating systems and softwares. That means we have a lot of different protocols. Some of them are proprietary and some are not accessible nor are IP-based. Here are some, of course not all. Some of them are IP-based, like Dante and NDI for audio and video, but some are peer-to-peer or complete not IP-based, or both together, like RS-232, which is a serial peer-to-peer protocol. How are you monitoring them without any possibilities to install an agent or not get information over the network? The other challenge which we are facing when we did implement Zabbix, the devices in installation which will be turned off after the usage. As an example, a museum or exhibition. I think everyone in here knows what will happen. I will show you 2 videos of a real client installation which is turning off. Another challenge which we facing were the dependent devices. As an example, this video wall controller is dependent of a device which is turned off in the video before. So it won't have an active input anymore. And this would be a problem, and Zabbix will trigger an action. Our solution to our challenges. We did develop a little software called the Zabbix Bridge, which can receive information from our control system, the brain which we mentioned before, and it does forward to Zabbix. The Zabbix Bridge can send the value to Zabbix over the Zabbix sender or the API, change something inside Zabbix over the API, change the sending value. It's Node.js based and can be hosted together with the Zabbix proxy, or can also run in a Docker container. I will show you now how we did resolve our challenges with the Zabbix Bridge. We do see here the Zabbix dashboard of the room which we did saw in the video before. We do also see that the system is turned on. You remember the brain on site, the control system which knows near everything about the installation. This control system knows also the state of the installation. Is it turned on or off? The screenshot here is in German. Sorry for that. It's asking the user if you are sure to turn off the room. Directly after pressing yes, turn it off, the control system sends a predefined string to our Zabbix Bridge. The Zabbix Bridge will receive the command and then does different things against our Zabbix installation. First, we do put the hosts or the Zabbix API into a maintenance plan, so they are not triggered anything anymore. Second, we do send a custom value, in this case 0, over the Zabbix sender. The room is turned off, and we do not get any alerts from offline devices, and we can also show the state of it in a dashboard. This looks like the hosts. And also the state of the installation, which is now turned off. And because Zabbix does nice graphs, we also see when the client did turn the system or the exhibition on and off. So this also helps us to resolve issues. The Zabbix bridge loves the Zabbix API. Every method which is in the Zabbix API can be used in the Zabbix bridge. So as an example, at the independent devices, which I showed you before, this video wall controller does have, when the system is turned off, at the input, no active pixels and no information about the input because the PC, the system is turned off. So we did create 3 macros in our device template. The information which the active pixel should have, horizontal, vertical, and also the side state. We use also those macros at the triggers. And with the Zabbix bridge, we do change the value of the macro at the device. So if the system is turned off, we are sending to the macro a 0. So the system knows that there should be no input and does not send any alerts. And because we are using the side state here, we do not trigger anything. And of course, vice versa. So if the installation is turned on and we have any issues with the input, like for example, the PC is broken or the graphic card or whatever, it will trigger an alert because we should receive active pixels and the side state is on. So this is matching and there will be a message. The Zabbix bridge and also the templates, or soon the templates which we are using, are available on GitHub. The Zabbix bridge is already available on GitHub, so feel free to use it. Like I've told, I'm faster than planned.
So we would like to ask you one question. So are there any audio, visual, so AV specific low-level protocols would you like to see in Zabbix, maybe to simplify AV monitoring?
Yes, there one big producer of audio or a chip which is used in audio device. This is the Dante protocol, which I mentioned. This is an audio over network protocol. I don't know, maybe I'm using it here now. And this would be very nice to monitor it. The producer itself of the product or of the chips does have a very expensive software which you can monitor something, but not really. And we are working on it. Maybe we will release someday a template about it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Silvano. And really sorry about your first experience. You have that little issue. You know, stuff happens when we are doing things live. Guys, I have some announcements to do, to make, okay? Especially for those that bought the Fans package, the full package, or if you're a speaker. if you're leaving Latvia today or tomorrow, you will receive SMS with the information about the transfers to airports. So if you don't receive any message, you can just go to the reception here at the registration table, and they will give you some information about it, okay? Don't forget, this is the last day of the summit, so this might be your last chance to get this cool vest or this awesome hat. And, we still have some vouchers. Who here have won a voucher from the candy? Please raise your hand really high. No one. They grab it and left. I know that at least 2 people have won it. So make sure to visit the testimonial booth, the sponsors booth, and the merch to win one of those. I already ate it, mine. No. To win one of those candies, okay? And yeah, that's pretty much it for the first half of the day. It's time for the best and happiest time of my favorite time of the day, actually. It's time for lunch. So let's get back here in 1 hour, okay, to continue our speeches. And the lunch, it will be served just like yesterday, okay? In this floor, we have a station here and 3 stations on the other side of the hall, and vegetarian also on the other side of the hall. Thank you, guys.
Hi guys, and welcome back to the Zabbix live interviews provided this time by Christine once again. Here right next to me I have Mr. Takashi Fukushima from NTT Communications from Japan. Hi, how are you enjoying Zabbix Summit so far?
Yes, I am very, very, very enjoy. Yes.
Oh, that is great. You had an amazing speech. And as a long-time user of Zabbix, what do you feel, what is the thing that Zabbix should focus on in the future?
In the past, we used to attract users to participate in training by promoting Zabbix, but now users are requesting training themselves. Yeah.
That is very interesting because you have been a trainer for 10 years. And do you feel that the request by having a training provided by you is rising?
Yes, yes. So very, very many users accept training. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your conversation, and we will see you around.
Thank you.
Oh, and here we have the man behind the blog What's Up Home. Here we have Janne Pikkarainen joining us from, yes, tell me, how are you enjoying, it's already a day one, but we still have a lot ahead of us. Are you enjoying the summit so far?
Yeah, like every year, this is like family meeting.
That is very great, actually. And could you tell us a bit more about yourself? Like, we know you have this blog, and it's quite big and very widely loved by the community. How did you actually start to play around with Zabbix?
Well, like I have told many times, I've been doing IT monitoring for over 20 years. First, until maybe 2013, I was using mostly Nagios, but when I joined ForcePoint, it was Stonesoft back then, the unit. My first task there was to convert some old monitoring system to Zabbix. They already had Zabbix installed, but it was empty. So my task was to start populate it. So that's how I started. And then since 2016, I have been our monitoring technical lead officially all over the ForcePoint. And since last year, my title has changed. So now I am the lead site reliability engineer. So yeah.
Congratulations about your achievements at work. But let's go back to your blog. And do you get some interesting maybe suggestions from the community what you should monitor?
Well, sometimes I'm surprised that they are almost boring because they only tell me like, hey, can I monitor maybe my car or something, but I'm doing that to some extent already. And I would actually love to do that more in depth. But yeah, I think one guy, when we still had our dog, he was telling me that, hey, I should monitor the dog more, how often he eats or something like that, but I just couldn't figure out that one. And then the dog died.
Oh, that's sad. Yeah. But I believe that you will figure out a way how to monitor even a dog, a cat, anything. And maybe you can give us a little sneak peek of what we can expect next in your blog?
Well, maybe next bigger area would be that I start to monitor my nearby environment. You know, I have kind of already started it way back in my early posts when I started to monitor when the nearby lunch restaurant publishes their new lunch menu for the upcoming week. Then ForcePoint had our community service day recently, so then I offered to monitor our nearby local cinema. So I'm monitoring now that their website is up, so I'm reverting them if it's down. Their own support is monitoring it, but now they have third-party report about that. But the nearby environment monitoring, I mean also that, you know, in Finland we have open data about traffic accidents, stuff like that. So in theory, at least, I could monitor if there has been traffic accident on our nearby roads, which would be blocking the traffic, stuff like that.
Okay, thank you for your blog being so useful, not only in the business environment, but for our day-to-day life. Thank you.
Thanks. Maybe one day I'll be one of the weirdest Zabbix partners in the world. You never know.
That will be awesome. Looking forward to that. Thank you. Do not. Hey, and here we have one of the favorite colleagues of mine from the sales team, Yuri. Hello. Tell me, how are you feeling yourself today?
Hello, Christine. Yeah, we're feeling great here at Zabbix sales booth. Lots of people coming over, people who we met before, people who are potentially our customers, but long-time users of Zabbix anyway. So it's great to put face behind the name, basically. Yeah, so it's fantastic.
Okay, and maybe you saw the speeches. We have had some speeches about the technical support, but as far as I know, it's not only technical support we are providing as a professional service. Maybe you could tell us more what other services can we expect from Zabbix?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great point because most of people here in the conference using Zabbix for a long time, right? And we provide a full scope of services from deployment to upgrades, technical support, and so on. But here, in the last few conversations, we've massively discussed strategic advice in terms of consulting. So how do we improve Zabbix using our consulting, using time with our engineers to to improve the installation, to make it better.
Oh, so as far as I hear from you, you really listen to people coming here. And would you say that community, seeing community, being here around the people who are using the tool on daily basis is helping you when you go back to office, you get a call from a potential client asking you one thing or another?
Yes, absolutely. When you actually meet the people after like few years talking to them, you know, you already met in person, you become friends, and that totally helps. It's a different level of communication going on. But not everything can be done through email. So of course, like when we have this chat in person, that helps like a depth of conversation. So it totally helps, yeah.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear that this event helps you not only to see people, not only to sell stuff, but only to get the idea of what we could do next for our clients. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, and hello, Frederick Westberg from our gold sponsor, Matricio. How are you feeling today during the conference?
It's great. It's been a very interesting days. Just a half day left and starting to longing for next year already.
That's so good, great to hear. Maybe you could tell us a bit more about yourself. How long have you been using Zabbix?
Not that long. We started to look into Zabbix in the late 2019 because a customer wanted to have some more modern monitoring software. I won't say what they used before, but we were looking into 15 different products, and the choice was Zabbix. And then we started to talk to you guys. And we decided quite early that we won't be reseller, we go for partner directly. So under 2020, we educated ourselves, we started to understand your business model, and we registered our first lead at the end of 2020, I think. In 2021, we started to get customers asking for support contracts. And it's been 2 years of really good business with the customers.
Okay, you mentioned support, but what other services Matricio is providing to their customers?
We are training partners as well. So we are having specialist and professional and user and so on, and also those additional courses like SNMP and the other ones. We said the support contracts, but we also are supplying the customers with demos when they're starting to show interests. We have an online demo in the cloud where we show a whole environment of Zabbix. And then the customer can use it for a couple of weeks and try out. And then after that, if they are still interested, we do proof of concepts, we do architecture things with them. So they are well prepared when they go into Zabbix projects.
That sounds like a really amazing approach for the customers. And as you mentioned, you enjoyed the event. Can we expect to meet you here next year as well?
Absolutely. This year we had a lot of new employees. So this year we were 6 of us here, and I think all of them will be here next year as well.
Thank you. That is really awesome to hear. And thank you guys for watching these interviews. We will see you during the next break.
Hello? Hello? Okay, guys, let's get back. A lot of people still taking pictures, still wiping their mouths outside. It was a great lunch. Yeah. So, to get back, we are going to explore multi-level of difficulties of Zabbix, right? Because some presentations are like hardcores, others are softcore, and the Zabbix Summit is not focused on just one level of Zabbix users. It's for everybody. And we need to take a look at the, no, I won't say the simple things, but we need to take a look at the root of the tree, right? The beginnings and how you structure stuff. And for that, I would like to call two members of our gold sponsor, Allenta, to participate and talk more about it. Please, warm welcome to Roberto and Fernando Collado.
Thank you. Okay, hello. Good evening. So, that's a large audience, so it's gonna be a little bit nervous in the beginning, but anyway, so we are Allenta, we are coming from Spain. This presentation, you know, lately this summer we had this heat waves from time to time, and in news, always the thing, you had to drink a lot. Okay, obvious things, but it's good to be reminded from time to time about those basic things. So this will be the drink water during a heat wave presentation. Basic things that it's good to be remembered of. So, how is this? Yeah. Okay, let's set the initial tone of the thing. When we discussed about what type of presentation to bring here, I mean, we have some, you know, this, what our colleagues said, I mean, this very focused things, but sometimes it's really good to come back to the basics and remember some Zabbix 101. In Allenta, we are fans of efficiency, we are fans of Pareto, which is basically, we're convinced that 80% of the outcome, even more, is just the result of 20% of effort. This is good. So, the bottom line of this sort of introduction is that, please, let's be sophisticated only when required. We can get lost easily in those, you know, sneaky-peaky parameters. About us, before going to the meat of what we want to tell you, is that, well, trusted partner of Zabbix, we think, more than 10 years. We have several big deployments, some of them with several thousand, hundred of hosts. Things really challenging that, you know, I mean, to scale to this type of volume, some colleagues know perfectly, it's complicated. And things that we monitor with Zabbix, just to give you an idea, retail, banking, digital media, huge global sports events, equipment are monitored by us with Zabbix. We cannot put here logos. They will charge us to put those logos. And, well, we structured this small presentation in 4 topics: OS and under, database, front-end, Zabbix server, and the usual disclaimer. It works for us. It brought us to where we are. And obviously, if you know better, please share. We will be there outside for you to come. And
give me.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're in family, aren't we? Okay.
Okay. As Roberto said, all of the things work for us. It's very important to come to the basics, and this part, the tips on operating system, it's basically, okay, I have to start a new Zabbix, I have to start a new project, and the first thing that I have to think about is, okay, where this Zabbix machine are you going to run? and what is the usual bottleneck in most of the Zabbix installations. And the usual bottleneck is the database or the drives, the input-output, because Zabbix is very intensive in these input-output operations. Okay, really basic things. Use the best hardware that you can afford. Okay, SSD or even better NVMe, right? For huge hardware that you can afford, for that, at least for the database, because this is the usual bottleneck. Another very important thing here, very important thing here is where are you going to put my Zabbix server, my proxies in between my network. Okay, latency is more important than usually you could think of. Okay, server and proxies must be placed the nearest possible to the object that you want to add to Zabbix, to any host. Please be very careful with firewalls or traffic expecting devices, but we usually have some kind of problems with some kind of one optimization firewalls or automatic traffic inspecting devices. Sometimes it's very challenging to devise these problems.
Yes, well, regarding the first part, is summing up, is don't be cheap.
Yeah.
Time to tune strange parameters to obtain the best result. Sometimes it's a lot of money compared to don't be cheap with hardware.
Regarding the database, defaults are usually bad for Zabbix. If you simply start one of your favorite database, MySQL, Postgres, the default configuration, the default standards for the package, the usually official package, are quite bad. But please don't be crazy modifying a lot of parameters. Don't change everything. Most of the best improvements is only modifying one or two parameters, and the most important always is the amount of memory that you could use, that you allowed to use to this to the database. Usually, you should let the database use between 50 and 70% of the memory of the machine. It will depend if it's a dedicated machine or it's a shared machine. Okay, but very important. Do not over-configure your database. If you have problems with the database and you want to change a lot of different parameters, there is another colleagues here in Zabbix that made a thinking in Vittorio last year, made a very in-depth talk about MySQL optimization that is more, but only if you need. Another very important thing, because probably if you start your Zabbix installation, the first problem that you face is, okay, I have here an alert that says if I using the official template that you should, I have here an alert that says my housekeeping process is at 100% using, and we have every hour this default alert. Okay, this is a good indicator. You should make partitions in your database. Okay, there's plenty of different solutions about the partitions, but take this in consideration. Another small thing that you could touch in your installations is to try to improve a little your web server. First, in our experience, use Nginx. Nginx is, in our tests, at least 10 times faster than Apache. If you are more comfortable with Apache, you don't have a lot of users in your Zabbix, okay, please use whatever you are more comfortable, but at least in our experience, Nginx is way faster than Apache. Small tweaks that improves the performance of the web server. Configure gzip compression, at least in JSON files, because most of the communication between your browser and the web server will be JSON files, because we are using the Zabbix API. Configure your worker code with the amount of workers of Nginx based on your CPU cores. Be careful, if you are not using a dedicated machine with Nginx, because if you are all your cores let Nginx use there, you probably have a problem. But if you have a dedicated machine, use all the cores. And for us, another several big differences using opcache in PHP FPM. Why? Because you allow this small plugin to precompile all the PHP from the Zabbix frontend and store it in memory. And the sensation for delay for the user is more snap, more fast.
Yeah.
So,
no, it's okay. It's okay. Again, I mean, just a thing. I mean, Nginx, Apache, whatever. I mean, for us, it's very important as a company to have homogeneous deployments.
Yeah.
I mean that if you know the tricks, we're here at a very high level, okay? But if you know the tricks in one, it's good to apply in some others. And variability usually is an enemy of stability. That's okay. Not prepared sentence.
Another thing that you could start to think when you are installing your first Zabbix or your second Zabbix is, okay, I have to tweak my cache size. Okay, a lot of people at first are tempted to increase it a lot. It's not a big problem per se, but at the end you are wasting memory. Please, the official Zabbix templates that again you should be using is going to give you the exact metrics that the use of your cache size. And please don't increase a lot of these values, because at the end you are wasting memory and it's not a good idea. For me, the most important things, and one of my big fights with most of our clients, is adjust very carefully the data intervals. When you are facing a huge installation, like we have with more than thousands of hundreds of thousands hosts, any small change in a depth interval in a template could give you to the disaster. Okay, please use the biggest data interval that you could use in any item. Start with minutes. Reduce it only for critical items. You could use overrides if you are using low-level discovery in order to find a way to only use small data intervals in the items that it requires. Everything should be active if possible. Active checks, active agent, active proxy are usually better for the performance. And of course, if you are using the latest Zabbix version, use SMP pull requests. You will save a lot of resources. Most of these small tweaks, it will be kind of obsolete in Zabbix 7 because of this new version of polars that we are here. But if you are using all these versions, keep in mind that it will be used. Another thing that you have to think very carefully about is, okay, I have to configure my triggers, and triggers sometimes have to use a lot of history data. You have to be very careful because you have to increase a lot your value cache. You could use a lot of triggers that have a lot of complexity or that not very well formed, that it could end in a very flapping scenario or a huge amount of alerts. Okay, hysteresis is the old way that we in Zabbix we could have this kind of configure trigger for avoiding the flapping. It means that trying to use, okay, I want to alert if several values over 5, but I will not recover this alert until this value is lower, probably 3 or even lower, to avoid this flapping where the data is over and lower this very number. Okay, another very important thing is if you can, if you are in the latest Zabbix versions, use trend triggers. Trend triggers tends to use less data because trends are are usually smaller, and most of the times it's useful to use the trend triggers to avoid have to get a lot of data from the database to calculate, okay, an average. On the average, you do have this average value in trends. The last thing that is, for me, always very, very important is the use of proxies. Okay. Even if you have only one Zabbix server, in our opinion, in our experience, is very useful to have another proxy, even behind this Zabbix server, and let the Zabbix server do the server job and use the proxy only for get all the metrics and keep the server from this work. Because, okay, in the future it's better to increase, if you have to grow your installation, you have to increase the number of proxies. If you are using one, it's easier than planning this upgrade after the use of proxies.
Yes, it will be. Thank you. Okay. Okay, nice. There's no more slides here. No, just what I wanted to add is that we're done regarding the tips and so on. Not very sophisticated. And actually, our proposal was not to explain how to do DV partitions or how to implement better whatever. I mean, it is. Zabbix has a lot of documentation available. This is just the headlines in a bold case on what to look first when you are facing initial Zabbix installation. That's it. So wrapping up, and this is again another piece of more about philosophy than about technological capability. It's focus always in low-hanging fruit, the fast improvements that you can make. DB partitions, for most of us that we have been working a lot of years, is like, okay, again, basic thing. But it's surprising how many installations of Zabbix we find in our customers that they have been running full time and they are not using it, and housekeeping is clogging the resources. So it's good to be reminded. If I asked Fernando, I mean, okay, we have to close with three easy things that we can bring home and check if they are done the right way. DB partitions, again, use Zabbix proxies, even if you have just one situation, a simple situation. Just a Zabbix proxy allows you to scale easier. It's easy to add up a couple of proxies more than to migrate to, okay, I don't use proxies, let's use proxies. And pretty please increase those times. Nobody will react to a 5-second metric that goes, peaking and so on. So be reasonable. If you have millions of items, it's dramatic to change. But even with small number of items, okay, it will improve the whole performance. And last, I mean, talk to us. We'll be happy to help. We have been selling for free bottles of water, stall in the corner. They have to go. We don't want to come back with them to Spain, so please drop by, even just to say hi. No need to listen to pitch, no need to buy anything. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There will be one question. I will rephrase it a bit. But you talked about partitioning, and what kind of options do we have? How can we introduce partitioning, and what would be the simplest way to get to the partitioning?
Well, in my opinion, probably the simplest way is to use an external script to make the partitions. There's some external scripts available. Even in the Zabbix blog, there is a big entry about partitioning. But we prefer to use we use most of the times MySQL databases in our Zabbix installations, and we are to use storage procedures to do this partitioning. Again, in the same Zabbix blog entrance, you could say an option to use storage functions to make the partition, but we have our our style to do this thing. It's very close but not similar, but In my opinion, the easiest way is to use a strong script if it's your first time approaching the partitioning thing.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer and your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. And just a second. Sorry about that. CPU usage of home server is higher than, okay. Sorry about that. Real quick notification that I received from Telegram about my Zabbix. Apparently my home server is using high CPU. What is a coincidence, because the next topic is about Telegram. Telegram is one of the most common and most used integrations in Zabbix. And you can basically get all the notifications. You know how it works. You get a notification, you get a message about an alert. But there are other stuff that you can do with Telegram, with Zabbix. And to talk more about this, I would like to call the CEO of the 727 company, Sven Putiniers. Please come to the stage.
Thanks. So, using Telegram as a user interface for Zabbix. This is what I'm going to talk about. I'll give a short introduction about who I am and what 727 is. I'll quickly explain what the problem is we want to solve, the requirements we have for a solution. So why did we choose Telegram over other possibilities? I'm going to give an overview and a quick demo about some of the interesting and exciting features. I'll talk about the implementation details and some not so obvious choices we had to make, and I'll round up with some future ideas we have. So who am I? My name is Sven Putiniers. I have more than 7 years of almost daily Zabbix experience. I'm a proud owner of a ZCE for Zabbix 6.0, and I'm also obviously a bit active on the Telegram community, where I go by the name of By1. So what is 727? That's a company I started. Among other things, I do Zabbix consultancy. And if you want to email me with questions, remarks, anything, use his email address, and I'll respond as quickly as possible. So let's start with a show of hands. Who here uses email as the notification mechanism for Zabbix? I guess almost everybody does. So who uses Telegram, either the built-in version or some custom developed integration? And who here would like to have their Telegram to be a bit more interactive, not just email through an app, but something that you can use for actually communicating with your Zabbix installation? So for the people who have their hands still in the air, I hope this presentation will be interesting for you. So the problem. For us, our complete on-call service is driven by Zabbix. So when in the middle of the night a customer experiences problems, the on-call engineer gets a Telegram message and has to act quickly because we're under SLA. So the idea is to give them relevant information, a quick way to acknowledge problems so they don't escalate to the management, have some way to make this easy to use and also quick to use. Because keep in mind, when you have to wake up at 3 o'clock in the night, you're not really in a state of mind that you want to open your laptop, fat finger your password because you're still sleepy, try to log in again, start a VPN, lose time. You want to have an idea of what is going on at the customer site as quickly as possible to get an idea, how much time will it take you. We also want auditability, because if you can acknowledge problems, you can use it as a way to just not let your management know that you'd rather stay in bed than actually do your on-call service. And if possible, we want to give some extra information. We have different teams responsible for different kinds of stuff. We have a networking team who are responsible for networking. We have a safety and security team. They're responsible for security cameras at the customer. And sometimes a problem, it might be a network equipment, it might be a camera, it might be something else. It's nice to know who you can call to collaborate and solve the problem the customer has as quickly as possible. It also helps to see what other open alarms are. We made the choice to only send Telegram notifications during on-call hours for alarms that have a severity of high or disaster. But knowing that, for example, a disk is almost running full, it might give a more complete picture of the problem you're trying to solve. So the considerations and requirements we had for picking a solution to make this all happen. Stuff we don't want. Our first iteration was on a platform called Pushbullet. I don't know whether anybody remembers that, but it's been gone for quite a while. So we want a platform that is obviously here to stay. It won't disappear. We also want to make it easy to change the owner of the notification mechanism. For example, on Telegram, every bot is owned by a person. And when the guy who owned our bot left the company, and 6 months later, Telegram platform decided this bot has been without an owner for too long, we're going to delete it. That led to a really fun afternoon. And we also don't want unreliable delivery mechanisms. The on-call and the SLAs that are attached to it are driven by this mechanism, so we at least need to have a guarantee that messages and notifications are actually delivered to the people who need to intervene. Some stuff we do want. We want some basic text formatting. For example, having bold, underline, italic. The idea is to have the information to be as clear as possible at first glance, and being able to put a little bit of formatting there really helps readability. We also want something that has Unicode support. For example, a red cross or a green check mark. It makes it really visually easy to see whether there is a problem. It has been solved. If possible, we would like some multiple content types. So yeah, obviously text, but having images is cool as well, because then we can use our integration to also draw graphs, for example. An easy and familiar user interface. Obviously, everybody knows how to use WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal, you call it. It's easy for people to get used to, even if it's maybe a messaging client they don't use already. And for us who have to implement all this, we'd like an API that is easy to use, so we can quickly iterate, implement new features, and get this thing as bug-free as possible. So, for all these reasons, we chose Telegram, because it ticks all the boxes. It's cross-platform, the two big mobile platforms, but also on a desktop, which is really nice if you're not on call, but during the day there is a problem. It's much nicer to be able to use a real keyboard to interact with the bot. Telegram is a stable and robust platform. The only few times our bot didn't want to work as expected was when we made a programming error. It has never been the platform that was down. A familiar user interface, yeah, as I said, using a messaging client, they all look alike, they all work alike, they all feel alike. There is no steep learning curve for new users. And Telegram also has a very good bot API. It officially supports hooking your own custom code into Telegram. So you don't have to use some command line client that's supported by some guy with too much free time and good intentions. No, this is actually supported by Telegram, the platform itself. This API means that there are some very nice user interface features, like you can create custom keywords and buttons. You'll see that later in the demo. And Telegram actually tells you whether it was able to successfully deliver a message or whether it wasn't able to, and if not, why not. For example, the user blocked the bot, or the user has been offline for 2 weeks. At least you know whether somebody intentionally blocks the bot or whether it's some coincidence and we'll have to try again later. So some of the implementation details. The integration is actually 2 scripts. The first one is the one that's called by Zabbix when it needs to get out an alarm notification. And the other one is the script that is called by the Telegram platform when a user types a message, message comes in, the integration script processes this, does some API calls to Zabbix if needed, and returns an answer. And both of these have to work together. They must share state. So there's a small database in the backend. And why is that? For example, there is a problem. An alarm triggers, a message gets sent out. It has a nice acknowledge button underneath it. Somebody pushes this acknowledge button. Sending out the message is the responsibility of the media type script, but processing the acknowledgement button and performing the correct actions for that, that's the responsibility of the user command processing script. The integration user we use in Zabbix, the user that is used by the API scripts, has to be super admin, because this user needs to be able to see all of your Zabbix. And this means that also the access management, which user can access which hosts, needs to be done in the bot script itself. It's difficult to outsource that to Zabbix, which would be ideal, but yeah, we have to take care of that ourselves. And the user used by the integration scripts also needs front-end access, because we want to be able to fetch graphs, and that is something you cannot do through the API, but you need to actually get the login to the front end and retrieve graphs that way. So some of the features we have, I touched on that a little bit already. When an alarm comes in, you have an acknowledge button, and optionally you can put an acknowledge message there that also gets communicated to Zabbix through the API. You can also refresh alert messages, and that allows you to update the operational data that's in there and show when a colleague of you has acknowledged an alarm. You can list all the open alarms filtered on host groups, hosts, whatever. You can also filter on minimum severity that you want, just so you don't get a list of 5 pages long when you're just interested in the high priority alarms. We also, since this is our role on call is driven by this system, we also have a command standby, which shows you who is standby for all the teams. And the most, in my opinion, the most exciting feature is we can actually fetch host graphs, and we have some buttons you can zoom out, move to the past, move to the future, refresh graphs, actually like you can if you open a graph in the Zabbix web interface itself. So this is an example. What does it look like? I enter the command graph here, and then the bot asks me to choose a host group. So it tells me how many hosts are there. Host groups without any hosts that are accessible to me, because these hosts are filtered to the ones accessible to the user I am. They are not shown. So you then select the host, and it tells you, oh, there are a host group, I mean, and then the bot tells me there are 3 hosts in this host group that have 1 or more graphs defined. These are the actual graphs that are defined on the hosts. These are not yet the ad hoc graphs for any numerical data, although that would be a cool feature to add, but at the moment that's not implemented yet. So then I select a graph. Yeah, in my little example, I just attached the ICMP ping template to this host. So there is only 1 graph possible, but if there are more graphs, more buttons are shown. And then after calculating for 3 seconds, the graph is returned here together with the timestamp, and some buttons go back in the past, zoom out, refresh, zoom in, or go forward in the future. This is actually, when you open the graph full screen, you actually see a full screen graph for default of, the default is 4 hours in the past and ending at now. So if you look at these kind of graphs when you have to solve a problem, you don't need to open your laptop and do the whole logging in dance, going to Zabbix front end. You can just use this to actually get a quick overview of what is happening at the customer. Some future ideas we have is to auto-update alerts automatically. Telegram has this nice feature that you can actually edit messages that you've already sent. You can also edit messages as a bot that you've already sent. That's the reason why when I go back. You see, first there is this graph command, and then this message gets updated. You don't get new messages all the time, which keeps everything nicely self-contained. So auto-updating would be nice right now when 3 people get an alert, and one of them acknowledges it, the other ones have to refresh to see that. But there is nothing stopping us, especially with the shared database thingy at the back end, where we store all the messages that were sent out for specific event IDs. We could actually automatically push an update and let them know, let the users know with, for example, a different icon than the red X or the green check mark, that an alarm has been acknowledged by somebody, so they know that their colleague is going to look into the problem. So let's add some more commands as well, would be nice. It will be nice to actually administer the bot through the bot Telegram interface itself, instead of having to log into the server where the bot is running, edit config files, restart the bot. Having a little overview, like in the Zabbix server status overview widget on the dashboard, would be nice as well. And next to acknowledging open alarms, alarms that allow manual close, it would be nice to have the little button as well with alarm notifications, so we can close alarms through the Telegram interface as well. Another thing that would be nice is to implement other backends. We've tried to make our code as modular as possible. Communicating with the Zabbix API is one thing, and on the backend there is a Telegram integration, but it would be nice to also integrate with, for example, Signal. There is a blog post by OICTS on the Zabbix website that details how to actually get this done, but it would be nice to have two-way communication there as well. And the same goes for WhatsApp, Slack. There are multiple integrations, Teams probably one as well. As long as messages can be sent from a client to the bot script, then this kind of two-way integration is possible. So that was it for me. If you have any questions, my name is Van Putteneers. Find me on Telegram, send me an email. I promise I will create a LinkedIn very soon now, probably maybe next week, haven't one yet. Or find me in the hallway and come talk to me.
Thank you for the great presentation, and we actually do have a couple of questions. One of those would be, have you ever considered using Discord instead of Telegram? And what were the main disadvantages between choosing Telegram in the end over the Discord?
Well, there is a technically correct reason and the actual reason. The technically correct reason is that, yeah, Telegram is something that is very easy to install on a phone, no hassle. All we need is somebody's Telegram ID to be able to link them to a Zabbix user in our Zabbix. And the bot, when the bot command, the bot code starts up, it first goes to Zabbix, fetches all users with their Telegram media type, and those are the users it will accept commands from. With Discord, the integration and what to do to filter all the users that should be able to talk to the bot will be more difficult. And the actual reason we don't have a Discord integration is because we actually started our Telegram bot back when Zabbix was version 3.0. Back then, nobody heard from Discord because it didn't exist yet. So we built on top of the code we had back then, extended the functionality, but I can just add Discourse here, and there's your answer.
Yep, thank you. And another one, I see there's a really big interest on how to get this integration from you. So I assume you can use the contacts provided here, but also will it be published somewhere, or?
Because this code was mostly written on the clock of my employer, I still have to clear with them whether I can just throw it up on GitHub, but this is actually something I really want to do. When it's available, maybe I'll let you guys know. I can write a blog post about it. And For all intents and purposes, you can send me an email if you're interested. I'll keep your contact info separately, and I'll let you know when this bot code is publicly available. Maybe not the whole code with the special commands like give me a list of colleagues who are on standby, but a slimmed down version that is actually interesting for everybody. I should be able to put that somewhere online, I think, in the next few weeks.
Thank you very much for your time and your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sven. Did you like my little introduction there with the phone?
I loved it.
Okay, this next guy here, he has quite a curriculum, so I took my cheat sheet to take a look at it. He is a PhD in theoretical physics in the Weizmann Institute of Science, and there is where he's working right now. He's going to share with us the journey of deploying Zabbix into his environment. To monitor over 600 compute nodes, logging nodes, switches, and a VMware environment to rule them all. Once again, second time we had a lot of rings quote here. So please, let's receive on the stage Mark. Sorry. Mark Vilensky. Sorry, man.
Thank you.
Stop.
Hello. So I do HPC for the last 15 years. Actually, on Oktoberfest, it was exact anniversary when I start working. And but I think, maybe a mistake, but I'm pretty sure that I am the most young Zabbix user in the auditorium. So we use Zabbix for monitoring less than a year. So who are we? Chemistry faculty in the Weizmann Institute. So very traditional HPC usage, number crunching, a lot of classical calculations, differential equations, all the stuff. But we have very long history of using HPC. We even used real supercomputers like SGI cluster, SGI Altix. Today, this is our system. We have almost 600 compute nodes, hosts in your terminology, with some quite a big memory. Total almost about 25,000 cores. We use InfiniBand for interconnect, for data exchange, and for storage. We use Ethernet for management, provisioning, monitoring, and everything else. We use parallel file systems, currently run Sentence. PBS Professional, it's a system for submitting jobs. Like on a supercomputer, nobody works like in Windows. You prepare a file, really in console, you say qsub, it goes to a queue, wait some time, and then it runs, and you get results back. It's very unusual this day. We use VMware, as we told, to rule them all on the earth, and we have 3, and it's not factorial. It's we proud that we are only 3 people to manage this system. But it turns out that 3 users on Zabbix, it also makes our life easier. And we use hardware, not VMs, not cloud. Like this is our system, the 12 48U racks, full of hardware. We use HP, Dell. We have login nodes. Login nodes is where users come in and make troubles. Switches of all sorts. We work at 100 gigabit per second with InfiniBand. We have several storages. We have storage all flash for VMware, and we have central storage with parallel file system, which runs on DDN. And we started having problem with monitoring. So it's a time to upgrade to Red Hat 8 or some on clone of Red Hat 8. And there is a problem with operating system level monitoring. We used Nagios and Ganglia before. And you cannot use Nagios alone in HPC because it is not scaling. And Ganglia works with client similarly to Zabbix. So With Nagios, you only check SSH and ping, and Ganglia, you gather all other metrics, which works very bad relative to Zabbix, but it worked somehow. But it is Python 2, so in Red Hat 8 it doesn't work anymore. We have some hardware monitoring. Each vendor has its own system for monitoring hardware, but Aruba switches, which were previously HP switches, they do not provide normal monitoring tool. So I cheat you a little bit. For a couple of years, I used Zabbix to monitor Aruba switches via SNMP. So I'm not completely new, but on a big system, very new. And as I told, we have problems. Nagios dead, at least open source Nagios. There are no new line of code since 2018. Ganglia also dead. 2 reasons, Python 2 and no new code. We couldn't monitor HP switches with some normal tool provided by a vendor. We had a lot of useless alert, and it was a great lecture yesterday about alert fatigue. So it was a crucial point to have a good alerts. We have flooding alerts. It was a complicated setup, like make a friendship between Ganglia and Nagios via RRD database cached via sockets. You don't want to know how to do it. It was faulting every time, so I kept Monit that was restarting Ganglia. Once in a couple of weeks, I had to clear cache and manually restart it. So very, very nice and friendly system. So I built a list of requirements in my head, and you can understand that during 15 years, I have a little bit of them. The first requirement, which is unique for HPC, is scalability. You can tell me that in many environments, scalability is important, but in HPC is very important. Because suppose you have a check, you test something, and your check lasts only 2 seconds, but I have 600 nodes. So if I do 2 seconds on 600 nodes, it's already 20 minutes. And my system is not very big. In Barcelona, they have 4,000 nodes. In Krakow, near, they have a couple thousand nodes. So 2 seconds multiplied by 1,000, it's a long time. Of course, we need auto-discovery, because when I purchase like 100 nodes and I want to add them to Zabbix, I don't want to do it one by one, or to any monitoring system. We want to have different host groups, because we have hosts with GPU, hosts without GPU, management hosts, compute nodes. We want to have some custom checks to get only useful alerts. And useful alerts means that when I get an email with a problem, this email suggests that I have something to do with it. I don't want to get email if I have nothing to do with it. It's informational noise. And of course, we want smooth operation, not like with Ganglia. And monitoring, alerts, sysadmins. But at the end, you want to develop your unit or your business. And to develop your unit or your business, you need some strange, it was previously papers, colored papers, but now it's mostly digits in the bank. They call it money. To get money, you have to go to management and to do some presentation. To do a presentation to a management, you have to get a nice picture. So surprisingly, monitoring systems sometimes also provide you a good picture of utilization of your resources. So we start thinking. It's very untrivial. The frontal part of brain is totally exhausted. So what are our alternatives? Strange enough, I never met Zabbix on supercomputing conferences, which I visit at least every year, sometimes a couple of times in the year. But it works in the community, so people told me about it. Somebody uses Prometheus for hardware, but it's very complicated to configure on the hardware, not in Kubernetes. And I actually didn't find any good commercial alternatives. So Zabbix let it be. But how to start? And I found the secret link. I will hide it out because nobody should know about it. But this channel is very good. I think Dmitry is in auditorium. Sitting on this channel a couple of hours actually gave me an idea what we need. And we had the luxury of starting from scratch. So I pick up the correct database according to instructions and made some idea of sizing. And we started our journey. So this is our journey. Small VM, 16 CPUs, 32 GB RAM, disk for data, 3 interfaces, 1 for data, 1 for out-of-band, and 1 for external access. We run it on Rocky 87, and according to Dmitry instructions, we started with new Postgres and timescale DB, so we never had problems with housekeeping. And actually, the only changes we made to default configurations that we shortened the history for 14 days and trends for 60 days. But you see, I struck it through because we had an incident a couple of weeks ago, and we find out that we need more data in our Zabbix, so we changed history to half a year and trends for 1 year. So you can see this is typical hour of work of our Zabbix server. It's pretty stable in terms of disk, CPU, memory consumption. Like it's a little bit misleading because the memory changes only by 1%, but in the graph you see it like big changes, but actually it's pretty stable. This is 1 month view from the vCenter side. So CPU is stable, memory very stable, disk 3 megabytes per second for all flash under VMware. It's like very acceptable load. And this is metrics from our system. So we have more than 800 values per second. So our system turns out it's not very big. So we got stability, we got automation. What else? This is our main dashboard. And you see here alerts, and underneath, it turns out that Zabbix has many useful properties. For example, you can run a script, and if we place a compute node offline, so we take it out of PBS with some type of comment, Zabbix can look at it and set maintenance on it, so we don't get alerts on a machine that from the beginning we know that we're doing something with it. It could be broken, it could be tested for new software, it could be tested for new drivers, doesn't matter. The only important thing is this dash equal in the comment. Not everything we check by Zabbix agent, but we check it from Zabbix. For example, there is no reason to check PBS service on every compute node. I can just ask PBS server, tell me who is not good, who is offline, who is down. So with one command from Zabbix external scripts, I get all the information. The same with GPFS. I don't need to ask every compute node, is your file system up and running? I can ask the cluster manager, the main GPFS server, who is not good, who is a bad guy, tell me. Or if we have some connectivity issues, or if we have IO wait, all this stuff. We check licensed servers, because some of the software uses license. Even in academia, we use some commercial software, strange enough. And we use more than standard service and TCP tests to check that the licenses are okay. And we check some specific services on different infrastructure hosts, like on DNS, we check DNS, on LDAP, we check LDAP. And it's turned out that Zabbix even knows how to manage, like people do it to extreme, managing their home, but we, for example, with on some type of hardware, for some reason, the Ethernet card goes down from 1 gig to 100 megabit. So we have a script that we can run, clicking on a problem, please fix, and Zabbix not only alerts us, it also fixes it. So it's a good guy in the team. What about the alerts? What type of alerts we want to get? Here is a typical day, so we have some DHCP servers. It doesn't work on our provisioning server. We have some high swap usage on compute node. By the way, high swap usage on a compute node, it is shown here, but I will not get mail on it, because I don't care. Job will survive or not. But typically, compute node has 100% CPU utilization, may have close to 100% memory utilization, may swap, and I don't care. I am happy. If job used all the resources and survive, and the scientist gets the result, this is the purpose of our existence. We want to squeeze every ops of our hardware. This is the HPC world. So I will not get mail on it. From the other hand, temp partition or login node, I have to take care. I have to see who is filling up the TMP and clean it. And probably write mail to user, please avoid keeping your files in common TMP. So in order to differentiate the alerts we get, we use host groups, like we organize our host in different groups. Compute nodes are divided to two categories, CPU compute nodes and GPU compute node. This is also convenient for taking metrics for reporting, to have a nice chart for the management. Ethernet switches, of course, different group. They are monitored via SNMP. Infrastructure nodes, which are login nodes, PBS machine, GPFS server or NSD servers, name servers, license servers, provisioning machines, hardware monitoring servers. Every one of them has different metrics that are interesting. So this is a part of screenshot of our host groups. Oh, sorry, it's from a different representation. So probably better call admin and not a lawyer. So we send email only on high disaster, because again, we don't want to get alert fatigue. This is very important. When alerts are flooding, you stop reacting on them and you may miss some really important stuff. And there is deep difference between the compute node and infrastructure node. Compute, basically, I care if it's alive or not. Like if compute node is down, then yes, I have to probably restart. Like it could be down from two reasons. Either job was too heavy and it hang out, so I have to restart it, or there is a hardware problem, so I have to put it on maintenance and to call the support or to fix it another way. I might be interested if there is some TMP or var partition full on the compute node, but that's all. From the other point, on infrastructure nodes, I want to monitor services, I want to monitor their memory, because mostly on Linux servers that do something useful, memory leak is an issue. So they had to do quite a big work on Zabbix standard template for Linux servers. For example, you can pay attention that CPU utilization is disabled for the compute nodes. And memory utilization is disabled. Because I don't care. I want CPU to be 100%. I'm not interested in getting alert, you utilize your machine too high, 90%. It's okay. And we have this nice trick of putting command in PBS and offlining a machine, and then Zabbix automatically takes it to maintenance, and we do not get alert. But one picture cost $1,000 or maybe $1,000 or maybe $1 million. And unfortunately, this is only pictures that we couldn't get in Zabbix, but it turns out that we have to upgrade to 7, and then this picture we also will get from Zabbix. Here we have example of utilization of our cluster, CPU heat map, memory heat map, GPU heat map. So I can immediately, by looking at this picture, not only to go to management and to ask some money or funds, or I can see that I have too much memory in my system, so we overestimate our requirements for memory, and too few GPUs. Because GPU are utilized much higher than CPU. So this picture immediately, and all this data came from Zabbix. We get this data, and we immediately understand from one glance that we need less memory and more GPUs. So, conclusions and some thanks. We use some metrics outside of Zabbix, like GPS GUI, and last incident showed us that it's not good to rely on GPFS when we have GPFS problem. This is the reason why we increased the history and trends on Zabbix, because Zabbix was reliable and GPFS GUI not. We use some BGFS performance from BGFS. Actually have no idea if it's possible to gather metrics in Zabbix. We gather in InfiniBand metrics in UFM. Again, I have no idea, maybe it's possible to gather in Zabbix. And it might be advantage to gather everything in one place, because you don't need to remember on upgrades that you have these checks here, and these checks here, and these checks here, and you check this metrics here and this metrics here. So probably we may optimize this a little bit. We did minor upgrade and it was very smooth. As far as I understand, we will go for a major upgrade when version 7 will go out. We use Rocky, probably will need to switch to RHEL, because IBM behaves like IBM and declared war on open source at the end of June. And we currently use only 2 dashboards. Actually, I am cheating. We already use 3 because we started creating the 3rd one during the summit by looking at the lecture, so it was a very useful experience. We do not use reports. I looked at it, didn't find it that we need it. And I want to thank a member of our team who made all this possible, Andrei Vasiliev. Questions?
Yes, thank you. There will be. So one of the main questions would be, do you, since you don't receive alerts about high CPU utilization or high memory utilization, do you actually monitor for too low utilization? And does it make sense for HPC to even monitor, like if something is not fully used?
I do not monitor it in terms of alerts, but I do look on a dashboard and see if everything is empty. Okay, then it's empty. It happens, by the way, during the holidays, you see the activities going down, and even though jobs are non-interactive, so a user is supposed to submit a job and get results, he doesn't sit on the system and monitors it all the time, but it's amazingly, HPC is the most expensive office hour detector. You can see the activity from 9 to 5. So it fluctuates. But we can, again, this type of alerts that I have nothing to do. I cannot come to users and with the baseball and beat them, start submitting jobs. This is job of their group heads. This is the typical professor job. Professor has to raise money and beat the students.
Makes sense. No, just one more. There's a big curiosity. I assume some people are planning to build a supercomputer, so they would like to know how expensive it is, approximately, without precise numbers, to build one.
Typical price for a compute node when you distribute the price of InfiniBand over the compute nodes is about $10,000. You go to quite high CPU SKUs, and you need at least 2-4 giga RAM per core. So it depends on the vendor, depends on the situation on the market. Roughly $10,000. The tricky part is the storage. It depends on the field you are. In chemistry, storage usually doesn't go above 10–15% of cost of your system. So if you have 500 compute nodes, which is $5 million, your storage will cost less than $1 million. I can tell you that I am thinking I have to replace my storage because support stops in a year. I start getting quotes for taking budget. They start giving quotes of about $0.8 million. It will be less after a bargain, but when you ask for a budget, they always give higher than it really costs. But in biology, for example, it could be like storage could cost half of your system, because they have plenty tricks, like you can get storage filled with genome information. Like you can get a quarter of peta with one genome, another quarter of peta with another genome. You get it ready, supply it to your site. So it depends on the field.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, the next speaker is actually my compatriot. He also comes from Brazil, and he's now working as a monitoring tech lead at the huge maker of France, Natixis, in Portugal. And he has more than 10 years of experience in Zabbix. He used to be a Zabbix certified trainer, but now he's working closely on Natixis. And, well, he's going to show us how you can integrate step by step Zabbix with a CMDB and what are the benefits of it. So, please welcome Thiago, Melo, Leao. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What? Oh. Okay.
Hello. Well, it was in the. Okay. So, hello everyone. I'm here to present to you our case related to Zabbix management with CMDB integration. Okay. First of all, I would like to present myself. My name is Thiago. I'm from Brazil, and I work with Zabbix has 14 years. And I already work as a Zabbix certified trainer, providing training for America and Spain. And I work in 5 years for Natixis in Portugal, and a tech lead of a monitoring team. Well, before I talk to you about our case, I need to introduce your environment. Okay, Natixis in Portugal is part of group BPC. The BPC group is the second biggest bank in France and responsible for more than 20% of financial contribution in France. as we can see, Natixis is part of Group PPC, and for working with IT stuffs, was necessary to create a department. This department is BPC IT. Okay, BPC IT is a technological center of excellence, and it's represented for Natixis in Portugal. Our presence is around the world, but we have here more in France, of course, but we are present. Our presence is in New York, Singapore, Hong Kong. Our data centers are located in France, in 2 places, in Paris and Toulouse. And here we need to introduce our environment because it's important to understand why we need to integrate Zabbix with CMDB. As you can see, we have several servers, applications, and infrastructure, and also a lot of data, traffic data, application tasks. And for that, okay, I need to create everything inside to Zabbix for that. Because as you can imagine, the number of applications, the number of hosts, the number of different users will demand to create several templates, several host groups, user groups, and something like that. Our number here is related to around 80,000 hosts monitored, but the important thing here is exactly that, the number of hosts created and deleted daily. It's the same for the application monitoring, active users, and that thing is so important to say to you because it demands a lot of organization, and the number of Zabbix instances there. Okay, the number of Zabbix instances is related to our organization, so we needed to create a lot of Zabbix. Well, everything here, every host, every application, everything inside our organization demanded we manage hosts, manage templates, manage host groups and user groups. Everything here needs to be propagated to every Zabbix server. We can imagine 18 different Zabbix instances will demand a lot of work for us if you need to do that manually. So we need to figure out how to automatize everything here. Our challenge was related to that, to create templates, to link, to make every template be related to every application or every operational system. Okay, we needed to create a relationship between everything. So we needed to automatize that. And we ask ourselves about where is this information? As you know, of course, we can use the auto-registration, for example, with a host metadata to do that, but we can imagine the number of different applications, number of different things, manage the host metadata inside every Zabbix agent will be so expensive to us. To have some idea, we are taking count everything here, different softwares, different hardwares, network, and data, okay? So everything here, every combination could generate a different template. So, well, we have luck if you know, but unfortunately, sometimes it generates several different templates. Happily, we have a CMDB. The CMDB, as you know, is responsible to have every information about assets of a company, okay? And we decided to use that They use this information as long because our internal process to every time that you change something on our company, it should be, it must be created, updated on CMDB. I tell you about deploy a new application, I tell you to create a new server, something like that. Even on deploy server, everything should be updated in CMDB. So, CMDB here, as you know, I have the different information about the assets, and we decided we needed to create a relationship between every template on Zabbix with the information inside of the CMDB. For that, we needed to use some techniques here, okay? And I would say to you, sometimes Zabbix is a matter of creativity, because everything I'm not sure if it's not possible to do something in Zabbix, because some way we can create some task with Zabbix. For that, we needed to create user macros. We need to create macros and tags, okay? Everything here is to be sure if, for example, there is a template for application, if the template is linked to right host, and if the host, for example, this host doesn't have has a template yet linked to that, but there is application installed on this host, and there is a template related to this application. From where I got this information? CMDB. But the point here is how I got the information from CMDB, how I translated every information necessary from CMDB to Zabbix using a template. So, to be clear for you, we create a template, and this template is linked to every host deployed on our environment. This template is responsible for get every information from template registered on CMDB, and with that, I able to work with this information. Well, here we have the template in CMDB, okay, and with several items, and it is still in development. It's always in development because it's a dynamic integration. Every day we figure out about new features to be implemented, and so. But that's the example where I get everything with the CMDB, and after that, a lot of dependent items to separate everyone in separate items, of course. Well, it's important to say to you, it's related to low-level discovery, because low-level discovery is responsible for discover the application installed on the host based on CMDB information. By the way, CMDB was developed in our CMDB. Our CMDB is an internal CMDB developed by Natixis in Portugal. And this CMDB was delivered to monitoring team API to retrieve every information. So this API is delivered information in JSON format, and of course, it will make it easier to us to integrate with LLD. Well, here we can see a trigger. Okay, it's so expensive to explain everything here, but just to be clear to you, some information here in this trigger. It's I needed to put here not to evaluate trigger, but to be used in the action, because some information should be included in the actual execution. Okay, and of course for script to do what needs to do, but for example, some information here is just a matter to be used in the action. Okay, it's related to template. For example, this template has information about the operational system and the version. In this case, the template will be linked to all versions of Linux. In this case, it's for application. Everything here is related to our internal organization, okay? When I say application, function, sub-function, and version, it's an internal demand of our process. But here, it's important to say this template related to Apache Tomcat has a value 2 here. Was necessary to work with context macro, okay? And wants to have everything here work as well. Well, so after I collect the data, after I create triggers to evaluate every information there, I needed to create some actions based on this trigger. So as you know, action based on trigger doesn't have some actions as auto-registration action. For example, link template, add and remove host group or disable host. Okay, so we needed to develop some scripts for that. And here we have some actions because in this case we have the action to link the operational system template, then other template as you want, for example, application template. And in the case we undeploy some server from our environment, this information is updated on CMDB, so the action will work to removing the host from our Zabbix. Here we have some example of Python scripts developed for that. Okay, as you can imagine, it's based on API, Zabbix API. But we are working to replace every Python here for webhook. Why we did that yet? Because our Zabbix is still in the 5.0, and as we are in a huge environment, it's so hard sometimes to be fast to upgrade the environment. Well, here we have an example about the operational system linkage. So the host is created, the information is retrieved from CMDB, and we receive it. This is the Linux, and the thing responsible for that is retrieved from CMDB. So there is an action to add this host to host group. It's the same for template. As long as I retrieving the information about the Linux, there is an action to link this template to host. Of course, in this case here, the application, the action is executing in retrieving for templates. What template is for Linux version, whatever. So internally, the script will work with that and will link to right template. It is the same for application. The application is a similar situation where you need to include the host to the host group, link the template to write the template, okay? And that's the important part here. Let's imagine I have Apache Tomcat template created, so I need to create a global macro, context macro in this case, to put the value equal 1. The trigger prototype created will evaluate that. For example, the trigger prototype is related to Apache Tomcat. If the trigger evaluated and this macro is equal 1, so the trigger will become a problem, and so the action to link the template will work. And inside the template, there is the same user macro, context macro, but with the value 2. So the same trigger responsible for for verify it's not with the template, the same trigger will reach, okay, now I have the template linked to this host as necessary, so the trigger become okay. Even for maintenance, because internally we have some maintenance policies separate for days and some periods, and every host inside the CMDB is tagged with what is the maintenance policy, okay? So based on that, I can create maintenance previously for every day to fit with every host based on this maintenance policy. For example, if the host will suffer a maintenance every Monday or the first Monday of the month, I already created maintenance for that, okay? And based on tags, because every information here will become as a tag. So, okay, for me, it's not necessary to create maintenance for that as long as it's a regular maintenance. And remove host is the same. Remove host is the same. In the moment that host is undeployed from our environment, this information is updated on CMDB, and the host monitor is retrieving the same data from CMDB. As soon Zabbix receive, okay, it was undeployed, so I disable the host. What's the result of that? Well, first thing was host on the right host groups, host linked to do templates, undeployed host removed from Zabbix, host with smart tags allowing a better event correlation. It's the next time, because you can imagine the number of information that could be retrieved from CMDB, and every information here could be used to generate event correlation, and even that smart reports, because in case, for example, you have, let's imagine, a massive on your environment, you can say, well, this massive is related to Linux operational system or Windows operational system inside this data center or in this rack, because every information was retrieved from CMDB. So I can create this kind of dashboards and this kind of reports, okay? And as I told you, smart maintenance based on tags, okay? So that was my presentation. Question? Okay, no, thank you.
No. I promise those will be relatively simple.
I tried.
But one of the questions that very interests everyone is, how long did it take to build all this, and how many people were involved?
Well, it was developed, everything here was developed for Natixis in Portugal. Only our team, or only on our metrology team, okay? Of course, we received great help from CMDB team. What was necessary to be delivered from CMDB to make it work as well was delivered, okay? And how long? I'm not sure, but around 4 months, 5 months to that.
Yes, thank you. And just one more. So, do you plan to maybe share some parts of this? Not like the full solution, of course, but just templates and example on GitHub, so that.
Of course, everything that could be shared based on our compliance team will be shared. It's not a problem, okay? But of course, we are a bank, and sensible information could not be shared. But yes, the logical and something like that, I guess could be shared. But let me ask my director first.
That's a good idea. Thank you very much.
So guys, important notification for you. If you are a fan, full, or speaker and you are leaving the country today or tomorrow, just a reminder that you need to check your SMS to check the transfer information for the taxi from here to the airport. And if you're not receiving any information, if you are like, oh my God, do I get it or not, just go to the registration table in front of in the entrance of the hall, and they will be able to help you. Okay, also it's the last chance. Remember this is the last chance to buy merch. The merch that is here will not be available, okay? Maybe next year, I don't know. But this is the last chance for you to buy the merch. This is the last break that we'll take before we finish everything. So make sure you go to the merch, get what you want. And also remember about the candies, okay? I don't know if everybody, did someone found the price? No one? Yeah. Oh, I see one hand there. Yeah. Okay, so let's take a break now, 30 minutes, and we'll be back. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're back. Some more live stream interviews during the break. I'm here with Fernando Collado from Allenta, and I wanted to ask you, so as a Zabbix certified trainer, are there any sessions that you're especially excited to be leading?
Yes, can I pick the mic? Okay, thank you. Yes, of course, as a trainer, of the decision that most excite us is the new features in Zabbix. Of course, I think the first talk about Kaspar's, about all the new features in Zabbix Summit, it was amazing because there will be very, very bright things, very, very good things. And other sessions is how to other partners and Zabbix and other people solve problems with Zabbix. And every kind of technical session for us is the most interesting.
Good to know. And what's your favorite thing about being on site during a summit? And how does being a sponsor change your perspective?
the most exciting thing always is people. People around the community of Zabbix is amazing. There's a lot of success stories, even sad stories also, but you always learn from your mistakes. Speaking with different people around the world, how they use Zabbix, how they solve their problems, how they use their imagination to solve everything, it's really amazing, because you think, okay, I know Zabbix a lot, but at the end you see that other people have another new ideas, and they are sometimes amazing. So as a sponsor, okay, I think the big difference is people approach you. We are here in our stand, and people approach you and ask for what kind of things that you do and how you solve problems, and this is, for us, a big difference.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think my next question is going to be directed to your colleague here. And could you tell us just a little bit generally about Allenta and kind of what sets you apart in the marketplace compared to your competitors?
Sure, of course. Allenta was born originally as a system administration company. So with that origins, we currently are working on 3 main different areas. We work with CM solutions, everything related to security. We work with content acceleration solutions. And of course, we work a lot in the observability and monitoring area. We have been partners with Zabbix for more than 10 years. We're currently the only premium partner and training center in Spain. And our main focus is into large installations, large deployment. We work on the enterprise sector. And we have, for example, currently we are supporting the monitoring of more than 400,000 devices around the world. Some of our clients work in 90 different countries. So we are dedicated to solution integration into large-scale environments. That's our main focus. And we always try to help our clients so that we monitor the system so they don't need to care about that, and they need to care about their businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much as well. Thank you both for your time. I appreciate it very much. And we'll talk to you soon. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Okay, come with me, please. Okay, now then, moving right along, I'm with Sven Putteniers from 7 to 7. How are you, Sven?
I'm fine.
Good. Nice to see you.
This is slowly slowing down.
Yeah, that's true. So I wanted to ask you, as a Zabbix Summit veteran, what are your observations?
I'm a first timer.
Okay, my mistake. I'm sorry. Okay, but so as a Zabbix Summit first timer, what are your observations so far about this year's summit?
Well, I've been to a few conferences which were awesome, but yeah, being here with in the hometown of Zabbix, it's a bit more special than just another conference. It's my first summit now, but it will definitely not be my last.
That's good.
Both for Riga as a city, it's a beautiful city, and the venue here, people from all over the world. I mean, people even from Japan, they must have flown for 24 hours to come here. It's really, the atmosphere, it's fantastic.
That's great. Nice to hear. So, as a Zabbix consultant, what are the most difficult customer issues that you have to deal with, would you say?
Well, not necessarily difficult issues, but really interesting issues. One of the most interesting one I had the last time, it was a customer with some huge equipment that returned tens of thousands of SNMP values that you could query. But this overloaded the devices, so the devices were actually degrading in performance because of the monitoring that was done, not because they were doing their job. So with the new SNMP walk item, I was able to actually fix this and do very good and in-depth monitoring, and still have these devices spend absolutely no resources on the monitoring. So this was actually quite cool improvement that was enabled by the new SNMP walk item key.
Okay. Good, and thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you, catch up with you later. Thanks. Yep, bye. Okay. Okay. And hello, last but not least, we're here with Zabbix Head of Marketing, Zane Lasmane. And so I'd like to ask you first, just can you give us a little bit of background into the planning and logistical efforts that go into an event like this? Was it, bigger and more complex than years past, or slightly smaller, or how was it in comparison?
Every year we try to introduce and add something new. We want every Zabbix Summit experience wider, more interesting, more something. This year also the testimonials corner came into action, and it's actually very actively working. We had a special Q&A session with our customers. We have I also told our partners that actually this is not just Zabbix Summit and not just 2 days of the conference and just 2 parties. It's actually the full week of different events. We're meeting partners, we're meeting customers, we're having the open doors days, so it's like the full week. So the event is not just 2 days, but it's like an octopus of different other events happening actually simultaneously. So the logistics and organization, we start 1 year ahead, but as every event, a lot of things are happening also during it.
Okay, thank you. In terms of pure logistics, as far as attendees go, how is this summit compared to others? Can you just kind of tell us a little bit? Are there more people, less people?
Yes, each Zabbix Summit is growing, and this is the second Zabbix Summit after the pandemic when we're on site in Riga, and this is again more attended than it was last year. We have around 450 attendees, around more than 30 speakers being here, so each year the summit is bigger and bigger. Yes.
Okay, great. And this is a question that's aged well. Were there any unexpected issues that had to be solved in a hurry this year?
Sure, yes. Each event is a live organism, as we can say, and we have a lot of people, a lot of simultaneous things happening. So, of course, we're here to solve every issue, and we're doing that every year. But if we look at what we're proud of this year, then we're also happy that we're having so many interesting speeches. I've also spoke with journalists, with attendees, with our partners and customers, and they're very happy. They said, oh my God, I have so many new things to do. We will have so many work at home, because we saw so many interesting presentations with actual use cases, tips and tricks what to do. So they have a homework prepared. So hearing this, I can feel that we have reached our purpose, our goal of Zabbix Summit, and the goal is that we're sharing ideas. Zabbix has a powerful community. We're always open source. We're giving our product, our main product, for free. And Zabbix Summit also is a platform to share your ideas and knowledge. And these days are about this. So I'm rather looking at what we're proud of, and we're always proud of when attendees say that they're going home wiser, cleverer, more inspired to make their Zabbix instances better or start monitoring something new.
That's great. Thank you very much for your time, and talk to you soon. Okay, that's our final interview for this year's summit, so signing off now, and thank you all for listening, for streaming, and we hope to see you at next year's summit. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, we're back. Come on, take a seat. If you are outside and can hear me, come join us. Okay, so remember to use our hashtag. We are reaching the last part of the event of the summit with the presentations, but don't forget to share your moments, your pictures, your videos on your Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, and use our hashtag Zabbix Summit 2023. Okay. Tonight we are going to have our last party, the fun party, over the Burzma. Burzma is a place in Old Riga. The entire fourth floor will be reserved for us. If you want to get more information on this, you can just use this QR code. It's pretty close, closer than the other two places, and hopefully it will not be so cold like the other days. But anyway, it's pretty close and we can get there really quick. Now, getting back to our presentations, the next presentation is about something that's really being used a lot lately. Kubernetes, containers, all these microservices that we are deploying all the time, destroying all the time, and how you can use Zabbix to monitor these guys, how you can use Zabbix to discover the pods, to discover the workers. Well, the next speaker will tell us more about it. Please welcome Dario Sindicic.
Good afternoon. My name is Dario, and I'm here to talk to you about how we actually are monitoring the Kubernetes cluster with the external Zabbix server. So to start, where I come from, we come from the government-owned IT company with more than 50 years of existence. So our main customers are Ministry of Finance, Tax Administration, Customs Administration. So our main users are either government employees or all Croatian citizens. And because of that, so we have signed the SLA agreement with, for most of our services. And because of that, we need state-of-the-art monitoring solution. Previously, everything was deployed from the virtual machines, but currently we are slowly migrating to Kubernetes, aka in our case OpenShift. And those strange new stuff also need something to be monitored. And what we're actually going to monitor, we're going to monitor pods. You can, if you don't come from the Kubernetes ecosystem, you can imagine it like a simple process or your one-hour application. And in the traditional approach, if you want to monitor something squiggly, like here, it probably has an API. You can Zabbix a server through the API, and you collect some data. And the first thing that comes to mind that with the squiggly thing, we can replace it with the Kubernetes. But do we really need to do that? As Mr. Zabrashil said yesterday, we don't actually. Because Zabbix is a universal open source enterprise level monitoring system. That actually means that we can do absolutely anything with it, and we don't need to connect to some other monitoring solution and collect data from it. Zabbix is capable of to collect all the data on its own. And our solution is actually that on each Kubernetes cluster, we deploy a single Zabbix agent. And in that scenario, Zabbix agent is the source of all truth. Zabbix agent is responsible for collecting all information. And why we choose this scenario? For example, if you have an API, master 1, master 2, master 3, and if the crash has happened on this side, your all pods are completely okay and running. And what should monitoring solution do in this case? It should run. the show must go on, the monitoring has to continue, and the monitoring has to be the last man standing in the case of any emergency. And for example, if the worker 1 also gone, and for example, if on the worker 1 the Prometheus was running, so all your monitoring is completely down in this scenario. So monitoring has to continue, and we choose this architecture because in this case we have a completely distributed monitoring, and each agent is responsible for its own monitoring, and they they don't communicate with each other. So in case of an emergency, monitoring is actually the last resource for the searching for some kind of proof. So I want to receive events, for example, crash, loop, liveness problem, memory usage is approaching its limit, or the out memory manager has performed some sort of a kill. So we want to receive that emergency response. And we want to see some beautiful graphs inside of Zabbix. So we will have to firstly register our worker, discover all pods, then collect all data regarding to the pods. Worker registration is pretty simple. We only need to spin up Zabbix agent on a Kubernetes worker, expose it to the host pod, so it's visible to the external Zabbix server, and then using the field reference from spec node name, and specify that host metadata item is actually the true fully qualified domain name for this worker. Zabbix agent will auto-register itself with the correct domain with the correct name, which is actually the fully qualified domain name of this worker, not the host name of that pod. The pod discovery, we have to, because we are completely down in terms of the abstraction layer, what are actually pods? Pods are actually a bunch of processes which are bundled in one logical unit, and that logical unit is actually a SysMD slice. And so why can't we match that SysMD slice with some useful pod information? Just a bit of theory. There are three main classes of pods, and in that sense we have actually a tree discovery rule for each of the class. And when I say that we are discovering slices, Zabbix can already discover slices, because slices are SysMD, normal SysMD unit files. So we can do that with SysMD unit discover slice, and there are a bunch of slices with zero to none useful information here, because we can't read that. It's 14A840 blah blah blah. But in varlog pods, location on the Kubernetes worker, there is a bunch of folders containing the logs of a pod. So let's examine the name of this folder. The first part is the namespace or the project of a pod. The second one is the true pod name visible from the API side. And the second one, and the third one, is the slice suffix. So it's actually one right here. And if we match those two with a custom user parameter script, we have our pod discovery. So the results actually looks like this. We have a slice name, pod name, and pod namespace. The slice name will actually be used later for collecting all the useful data, and the pod name and pod namespace are only important when we are sending some we're raising a trigger and sending emails to real world people. And pod lifecycle and datum. So we created our discovery, and we need to create item prototypes. By default, memory accounting and CPU accounting are turned on, so we can without any problem utilize a SysMD module by collecting the CPU and collecting total RSS memory for our pods. And we can raise a trigger that CPU is more than 30%, for example, used on some host. And this is how it actually looks in the production environment. Memory limits, pods can grow into the infinity, actually. They can be limited, and if they overreach the limit, the out-of-memory manager will perform a murder on them. And thankfully, memory limit can be easily read from a file. So again, we utilize VFS file contents, so nothing out of the ordinary really here. And by looking at this graph, the red line is the memory limit, the green one is memory utilization, and those black dots are the moment when the out-of-memory manager performed a kill. So we can see all that in one graph, and see a sudden drop after the out-of-memory manager has performed the kill. And because we have a memory limit and memory utilization, we can, for example, create a simple trigger that will, for example, if we are 90% close to the memory limit, we can raise the trigger because there is an emergency that the application will be killed. And again, and also crash loop liveness and readiness probe. Those are some, if the application is not ready, it's not responding, it can enter those events. And if it enters in that event, it really, the user experience on that application is not really good. It can be either down or the utilization can be really high, so the user requests can't get through. So we also need information about that, but we can't collect it from the API side. So our Zabbix agent is located on the worker. So we need to think about who is performing the crash loop, liveness probe, readiness probe, and out-of-memory kill. And the answer is the CMDB service, Kubernetes service, and the kernel. The kernel is performing the running the out-of-memory when the memory has been breached, and the Kubernetes is actually performing the crash loop, liveness, and readiness. And what we can do, we can actually read a log file by using default verbosity level. So the first one, there is a probe type liveness by some strange pod UID, and that's our slice suffix that we discovered already. The second one, there's a crash loop, also with some slice suffix, and there is an out-of-memory kill on support, which is and we can also see a slice suffix. Wonderful. And this is actually the architecture, so bear with me. All logs are stored in the journal there on Linux, and with our syslog you can actually transform them into the normal textual file. And you create, in our example, 3 items on each host. This liveness log item is a log item on var log messages, and it's only searching for a liveness log messages, only for that. And it's actually a master item. And in the discovery rule, we created an item prototypes, created an item in item prototypes, which is actually the dependent item of the liveness log. And its job is actually only to search for the slice name in that error message. And if he found one, then the liveness probe has failed on that pod, and number one, and the item switches from number 0 to number 1. And if in the summation, if there are, for example, 3 or 4 of them in 2 or 3 minutes, we can raise the trigger. And if there is none, by using no data, we can lower the trigger down. And by utilizing this approach, we're actually only creating 3 file descriptors and not 600 or 700 of them. And a little bit, and so not to go too much into the graphs, but if you design your item prototypes on the specific way, you can create really wonderful graphs. This is actually the item prototypes from a discovery rule. You can see, from the previous slide, crash loop detected dependent item, line is probe, and OM killed. But you can see a CPU cores, and there is a pod name placeholder, and then the pod namespace placeholder. And by utilizing the simple wildcard, we can, in this scenario, for a host pattern, which matches the Kubernetes worker, and for this expression, we can collect stacked graph, so stack graph, for all pods in the namespace A00 Zabbix test, and it's CPU core utilization. And this is for the namespace, and the same approach can be used for the node, but vice versa. So the wildcard goes on the other side. And the real great feature is that it's being sorted from the top to the bottom, so you don't lose yourself in all those similar colors. And the last one, so you set everything up, and your manager comes, you know, I need the last month utilization for some namespace. And you said, okay, but there are a bunch of pods scattered on a bunch of nodes. So how can I do that actually in Zabbix? And thankfully, from the version 5.4, you can, because we can use aggregation item. And in this scenario, we actually we sum all core utilization on hosts that match the Kubernetes non-prod group, and which item tag is actually equivalent to the application A00 Zabbix test. So all pods that are coming from the A00 Zabbix test in namespace, and we can create this wonderful. So it's actually this is not stacked. This is not stacked. This is actually the aggregation of all pod CPU utilization. And that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. There will be, well, maybe a couple, maybe one question, but the first question would be, why did you decide to use specifically the log file approach instead of, an example, using Prometheus inside the pods?
By collecting the crash loop and lines, probably. Because in this case, we have real-time notifications.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we don't have to bother by setting the interval.
That makes total sense. And does this work along with Kubernetes API?
Yes. Yes, actually it works perfectly, because not all items penetrate to the operating system level. So actually that two approach can work simply or side by side.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dario. Well, our next speaker is once again from Brazil. Yeah, Brazil, yay. He's a pretty well-known member of the Brazilian Zabbix community. He's really into the community, and he's been working with one of our great partners in Brazil, Lunio, and he's going to talk about using Zabbix in telecom. Okay, I know that's not something new. Zabbix is basically used a lot in telecom, but this is a big project, and he's going to share a lot of details of using Zabbix with features such as Zabbix real-time item value and event streaming, integration with third-party systems, general Zabbix design and implementation, and much more. So please welcome Hernandes Martins.
Hi everyone. For me, it's the first time here. It's a pleasure to stay here. I gotta say. Okay, today I'm going to talk about the importance of data analytics in the telecom industry with Zabbix. Before we start, I try to take a picture, okay? Is it better, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Raise your hands, banana. 1, 2, 3, ba. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Okay, good. My name is Hernandez. I am from Brazil, São Paulo. I'm working with Zabbix since 2011. I'm working for many projects. I work with biggest and challenging projects. I started with version 1.8 with Zabbix. I have certification. I am certified. Actually, I work at Luno, at Zabbix partner in Brazil, and I am also a speaker in Zabbix conference in Latam 22, 23, and I help the community in Brazil and sometimes international channels like Facebook and Telegram and YouTube. All the time, when and possible, I help the community with some things. Okay, good. Then, today I will talk about the challenges in the telecom industry and the telecom area. How many people here work or have customers work with internet service providers? Yes? Oh, good, good, excellent. Great. Then, we have a challenge, and in this case, my customer or my project, I have more than 1,800 OLTs and more than 20 states in Brazil. And to attend all the customers, just 280 attendants. But more than 400 customers are all the states in Brazil. Okay, good. But what's the challenge of this project? What's the challenge? In this case, I need to deliver integration, integrity, or understand the topology, the system topology, and the most important thing here is the business role, understand how the behavior of the environment of the customers, and grant for this project the performance, and then grant the performance and high availability for our environment. Okay? Good. Then, how to enhance the customer experience all the time. But not just the customer, but the company, all the process. Okay, Zabbix can help a lot about that. It's very simple. Monitor all the technical data from different sources. Okay, simple. I think all the people here do it. Prepare and build the telco data structure in Zabbix, and delivery data from Zabbix is the most important to another systems. And the most important, use the data to get improved the company process and the experience of the customers. Really, the data in this case is a gold. All the time, the data is a gold. Okay, good. What the type data we need? Okay, I think here I have some examples about the customer, about the company. I need delivery or searching for some information like contact number, index, status, signals, a lot of information about the customers. But how to deliver it is the question. How to deliver it, all the things for the customers or for the company, all the business process. Okay, good. In this case, in this project, I used 3 Zabbix servers with high availability. Good, excellent. 62 Zabbix proxies to deliver, and then 200,000 devices, monitored devices. Good, and 18,000 in VPS. Excellent, good. Here, a simple system information about Zabbix. There's nothing here. Simple overview about the project, because here I used some different technologies to deliver some information. And here is an overview. It's the same like Dmitry Bellini spoke yesterday about the different distributed services. Yes? Okay, good. The most important here, yes, understand the flow, understand how to get the data, the gold into Zabbix, okay? In the telecom, it's very common to work just to get information from SNMP protocol, and then after that, some devices or complex devices send them information with SNMP trap, okay, it's normal. And sometimes I need to get information on by HTTP agent and Zabbix agent too, to get information from CRM or APIs, some databases, organize different information across all the things. Okay, good. After that, all the information go to the Zabbix server register all the information database, okay, good. And after that, I need to create the automation. What is the automation from templates, okay? I write a simple template by template not monitoring, and then, in this case, I prepare simple monitoring, like some items, simple items like Tingo, like SNMP availability, and system name. And then, now I started to monitor my OLTs to get some information and provide different data from host prototypes. A great feature in Zabbix uses LLD to grant all the information from customers' side. Is that good? Okay, excellent. From this host prototypes I prepare, I build all the information from customer side. Okay, good, excellent. For the next, here I have some information about the templates, about how to build the just the image about the information. The big feature in Zabbix is pre-processing, because the pre-processing, it's possible to prepare, transform, create different and amazing things with pre-processing. In this case, I'm using a lot of JavaScript to improve some details about the customers. Okay, good. More information, more details. On this case, on this image, I have simple information, but gold information, okay? Like location, like contract ID, client ID, and login radius. But a small part of the information from the customer. But it's not enough. I need to continue and prepare more information, okay? Using some functions, I use some macros, super macros, or red sub to create some information in Zabbix. Okay, good. The host prototype, the host was created. All the information populated with macros. Okay, you can see some macros here. And then after that, I use some master items with dependent items, and here some problems about the view. Then a simple list about the host prototype. After that, I come back the topology. Okay, simple topology. Zabbix proxy gate the data. Complex devices send the SNP trap again. again, Zabbix server, and databases, register all the information in database, and then after automating it with simple information, I need to send it to another systems. Okay, good, excellent. In Zabbix 6.2, the team created a lot of scripts, to integrate with another systems on this case. But it's a problem because you have a lot of scripts. It's not so good to keep working all the scripts all the time. Yes, because the option was because using Zabbix 6.4, the Zabbix team developed the great feature called Zabbix string. It's excellent feature. Thank you Zabbix team for developing this feature. It's an amazing feature, helping my team, and I think it helped some people here too. And how many people are using Zabbix string now? It's good. It's very good. Okay, excellent. Well, next. Zabbix strings deliver some information. Some information was built on Zabbix, and now I created some connectors to deliver some information to another systems. Like that, I use a lot of tags. Tags is the most important thing to organize everything in Zabbix. I use it all the time. It's very useful. Tags. I recommend all the people use tags all the time. Okay, and then here, all the data from Zabbix string data, just with simple information from tags. With value tags, tag value, I have seen some information. Then now, I have simple information about the flow, the data from Zabbix string. Zabbix string send information from to Kiwi to analyze from another systems. In general, come back to another flow of the solution. Okay, Zabbix is the most important solution in this case because provide all the things to internet service providers, and it's very useful to deliver this result for everyone. Okay, Zabbix servers, I use the Zabbix string to deliver to AIM key, okay, is a manager of queues, and then use all the data. Do you remember when I say the gold is, the data is a gold? Yes, I use this data to introduce this data in data lake. In the data lake, I have some data warehouses, and then after all the data in data lake, I have a machine learning pipeline to learn, understand all the things in data lake, okay, and come back to deliver to another process called dispatcher. Okay, then the dispatcher, in general, delivers some information for the custom front end, customize the front end, and sometimes get information in the queue or any information on data lake too. I have one more process called salary, can get information from the queue and then come back to the process to verify everything again. Okay, good. This is the simple flow, and now a simple view of the solution of the topology. Okay, good. And Zabbix all the time, all the problems was generated. Then after that, a simple QA overview of the environment, and then use simple images about the interface. Okay, and now the result about the simple interface when I work with the telecom industry, because some customers working with this. In this case, the team developed customized the front end to deliver the allocation, looking for the same points with attenuation in some cities of Brazil. Here I have a read map. Then you have some incidents from history by day of the week. Here I have massive incident for a region. Is the most important because the customer all the time have some incidents, but sometimes you need to check how many people stay with the same problem in or the region in the same problem. Okay, to finish, I have the massive incident analytics. All the data from Zabbix, to remember the gold data, okay, across here. Here I have this a kind of different information from Zabbix, from CRM, from financial information, but just organize everything just in one dashboard. But here I have different sources from the problem or massive problems, like is physical or logical problems. Like that is a GPON or NMAR. Okay, good. Here is a simple after recover, and now is a image about the automation. It's the most important when I start this talk about. I talk about exactly about the automation. The customer needs automation and quickly the fast, okay? The turn out, take the decision much faster. Then when happen the massive problems, it's possible to one click just teaching the system to go to the data lake to check all the information, and when the call or the customer call for the service provider, just to avoid some question for the attendants, okay? But this is the one. One more is adapter. The adapter is block all the things. It's SMS too, but I think it's a very good, important information. And then this is a system provider and developed by the Luna team, but the Zabbix is the principal tool to work to deliver a good service from telecom industry. It's the most important service here to get data. You remember when I say the data is a gold, because Zabbix provide all the time all the data for us. Okay. This team, the Luna team, was created this project, Danilo Baus and Guanatan is a data scientist, just because I think it's most important to talk about these guys, because these guys helped me a lot with this project, okay? Here is my contact. If you want available, if you want discuss more about that, please let me know. And after in the how, I am available to do it, okay? This is the importance of the data analytics in telecom industry with Zabbix. This is my presentation about that. Thank you, everyone, for this time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions for you. One of which will be, what was the most challenging part of implementing all of this?
The most challenging in this project is the decision. Sometimes I need to change some things from Zabbix to another system, because this is a challenge to get some data across the data. But the most challenge here is keeping all the things working. All the things from Zabbix, all the time speaking on other systems. But while Zabbix receive data and send data, all the infrastructure, it's hard work to keep working all the time. It's okay? It's the most challenging.
And just one more, I see everyone was quite interested in the visuals that you showed, so the specifically dashboard-like picture. So what was that, and is it someplace, somewhere we can see those?
Yeah, can you repeat again, please? Yeah, because
So the list of problems you showed, which was the dashboard-like,
yes.
So was it a Zabbix dashboard?
Problems overview? Yes, it's Zabbix, only Zabbix. But the custom, yes, no, it's not Zabbix, it's developed by the team. But it's not a solution like another tools in the world. It's not. It's a different. It's all development.
Okay, so it's own developed. Thank you. Thank you very much for the answers.
Okay, thank you.
I forgot to mention Hernandez has the coolest hair in this hall here. Okay, guys. So next, we are going to talk with one Zabbix certified expert that has been taking the exams lately. He's been working with Zabbix since 2010, so we have more than 10 years of experience here. And he is a Oracle database administrator that will show us how you can deploy and implement timescale DB on Zabbix without a downtime. So please welcome Kim Antonsen from Miracle 42, Denmark.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Yeah, my name is Kim Antonsen. I'm the Zabbix team lead at Miracle 42, senior consultant and certified expert. Miracle 42 is a premium partner. We are a database-focused company located mostly in the Nordics. And today I will be talking about implementing timescale DB without downtime. But before we start, please pick up your phones and scan this code, especially Alexei, and vote for this. This Zabbix Next is about securing Zabbix as an enterprise solution, and I really hope we get a lot of votes. But back to our Zabbix. We started out using Zabbix as our own tool. We monitored our customers' databases, their servers, applications. We were the customers' DBAs, and yeah, used Zabbix internally. Today we're using Zabbix internally as well for a lot of other stuff, and we also an MSP. When we sell Zabbix as a service or MSP, we take care of the Zabbix installation. We administrate the users, the host groups, etc. We are the super administrators. But the customers install their agents and set up their own monitoring, possibly with help from us. We also sell Zabbix support subscriptions, where we are the first level supporter, and Zabbix, of course, is the second level. A little overview of our system. Recently, we killed our Grafana. We think the dashboard's functionality in Zabbix is very nice. So we didn't really think there was a need for keeping and maintaining Grafana as well. But back to timescale. Our ambition is, with our MSP, to offer a state-of-the-art Zabbix with 100% uptime. The reason for this is we have many customers. Some customers can afford downtime in the working hours. Some customers can afford downtime in the weekends, and yeah, it's really hard to negotiate a service window. So downtime is not really an option. A little overview of our installation. We have 2 front ends. We have 2 Zabbix servers, and we have 2 databases. And we have a load balancer taking care of load balancing. Why did we want timescale? Our database was 4 terabytes, and it was growing. The housekeeper was more or less constantly running, but could not keep up. So we wanted partitioning. With partitioning, the housekeeper's work of deleting data would go away, and it would drop partitions instead. But timescale also would give us compression, and we estimated that our storage demand would go from our 4 terabytes to maybe a few hundred gigabytes. The problem we faced was that, according to the Zabbix documentation, migration of the history and trends data into timescale would take a lot of time, with the server and the front end being down. But being a database company, we thought, well, that's a challenge. Let's look at it. Zabbix has a very nice script for implementing timescale. The first part is a validation of the current installation. It checks that the Postgres version is supported, and the timescale extension is installed, and it's valid as well. So we ran that, but we commented out the implementation of the timescale. The concept we implemented was to create a new table for each history and trends table. Then we registered this new empty table with timescale, and then we created a trigger on the current history or trends table to populate this new table with the data that comes into Zabbix. Once that is done, then we started a script that would in parallel load data from the current history or trends table and into the new one. This script would run for a long time. I think history took 2 weeks. But once that is done, we simply switched those tables, and Zabbix didn't notice. Here I have a graphical presentation of it. So the letters represent the age of the data, and with the red as new data coming in. Then we create a new history table matching the old one. The next step is to register this table with timescale, and here we use the scripts from the Zabbix supported script. Then we have to implement the trigger. It's quite simple, really. You just create a function and then a trigger where you insert into the table the data that is coming in. So now we have the data coming into both tables. The final step is to load the historical data. And this is the time-consuming part. But the good thing is it can run. If it for some reason fails, you can just start it again. There's no issues here. And while it runs, of course, new data is coming in. But at some point, when the 2 tables are in sync, we can switch the tables. and then we can drop the old one. One thing though, be careful with database logs. If housekeeper is deleting data, you will not be able to switch tables. And that will result in a database log, and Zabbix will be unable to get new data, and you will actually get downtime. But here's the result. Surprisingly, our 4 terabytes of data dropped all of a sudden to 550 gigabytes. And the reason for this is we actually had a lot of historical data that his housekeeper should have had deleted, but it wasn't able to. This is a result if you look at the housekeepers, what the internal processes. Housekeeper before was constantly busy, and now it's really not doing anything. So, lessons learned. Even though housekeeper is not running all the time, it might be trailing behind. Another thing is, during the load of the historical data, you will generate a lot of archive logs files. The load will run for a long time, and be careful for database logs. The next step was to enable compression. We actually faced a little issue here. The first step was to take 2 update statements from the script written by Zabbix to make Zabbix configuration aware of the compression possibility and to set the compression settings. Then we also in Zabbix configured the override of the storage of items to make sure that the housekeeper doesn't delete data before the partitions are dropped. If we don't do this, then housekeeper can still delete data instead of waiting for the data to be dropped. The issue we faced was that Zabbix did not detect the compression support. So compression didn't take place. After searching some time, I faced somebody else had faced the apparently same issue, and it seemed like, as I read the ticket, it seemed like it was a restart of Zabbix that helped. We tried it, it didn't work. Long story short, I downloaded the Zabbix code. I looked into where does the housekeeper try to compress. I traced the housekeeper in Zabbix, and in basic, this is an outline of the logic. And in the logs, we found that, well, housekeeper was kind of skipping. It didn't want to do compression. So I looked further in the source code, and then I disabled compression, and I enabled compression. And at some point, Zabbix wanted to compress our data. At that time, we got an 81% reduction in our database size. The cost was 1 or 2% CPU, but the best or the fantastic thing was the I/O dropped a lot. To conclude, partitioning is fantastic. It removes a large load from the housekeeper. Compression is also great. It really reduces the database size. And both partitioning and compression can be implemented without downtime. And something else I've been, or was working with before I came here, was proxy high availability. But of course, I don't do that anymore, since we get it very soon. Then we have a Zabbix to Zabbix replication project going, and a reporting project. We want to be able to create actual reports from all our Zabbix data. Yeah. Thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, feel free to contact me.
There is one question. No, there's already more. We'll see. So one, of course, and the main is, are any of those scripts or projects you're working on are maybe somewhere publicly available?
Not yet.
Will they, or you're still in the decision-making phase?
Well, the high availability for the proxy would have been what I had a very nice talk with Alexei, and I think he has, well, the outline at least, and can use it for inspiration if that's needed.
Okay. And just one more. So how do you think the drop of IOPS on the drives, is this the effect of compression itself, or that, well, of course, that housekeeper now needs to drop the chunks?
The drop in the I/O from that screen, that was purely from compression.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So nice to see that you are all still here. Seems like you are liking it, right? Yeah? Okay, yeah. So, our next presentation is about, we'll talk about implementing challenging and somewhat isolated industrial control system environment, and how you can get visibility of all these ICS assets and provide the same capabilities for legacy and modern technology assets. So Zabbix monitoring old and new stuff in an industrial environment. And for that, our friends from Volmet, Senior Specialist Mikko Takala and Product Manager Ari Rajamak, please welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon. So, a little bit more. We have this OT term here in the slide. Raise your hand if you have seen it anywhere, know what it means. Anybody? Excellent. Alexei raised his hand, actually saw the terminology yesterday keynote of OT. So today, this presentation is about OT. What it is, let's see if you can learn it from these slides and talks that we are having with Mikko. Before going there, I want to introduce myself. So I'm coming from Valmet, Finland, Tampere, working there as a product manager for our lifecycle services, including cybersecurity services. Mostly I have been, late years, I have been focusing to the industrial control system, cybersecurity-related trainings and certification, as you can see. But what I want to share in this community, in this audience, is that that's my picture last year's summit, where I was getting the prize of table hockey championship. Thank you. And based on yesterday's main party, I still have the championship, so I'm undefeated champion of table hockey in Zabbix Summit. So, what are the OT environments? So, we are Valmet, we are DCS vendor, so we are selling distributed control system, which is DCS, industrial control system, automation technologies to different factories. These are the main sectors where we are, and these are the OT environments where we are also using Zabbix. Mainly we are known from pulp and paper globally, so we are building up factories who are making pulp, or we are manufacturing paper machines. And we are the guys who are then developing also automation control system for those, like DCS. Those are the environments that we are monitoring and giving the visibility from to the customer, IT personnel maybe, or get the alerts for service people to maintain and managing the different alerts. Interesting is that the same DCS that we are using in the pulp and paper can be also used in critical infrastructure like energy production, waste treatment facilities, and also in the marine we have cruises where we have the same DCS environment running. But what makes it interesting is, and Mikko will tell you about how we are using the Zabbix in these environments, is about how we are dealing with the OT. So if this is the OT operation technologies, one way to take a look at it of the differences with the IT and OT, of course, is usually the security. So what's the difference in the OT and IT? So when we are talking about information security, security overall, or cyber security, the CEA triad is usually mentioned. So confidentiality, integrity, and availability. This is usually the priority. The confidentiality is most important thing, usually in the IT side. In OT, it's the availability. So what we are trying to do, we need to make sure that the control system is always available for the people who are running the processes, doing the production, sometimes energy, sometimes water treatment, for example. So in OT, the availability is the most important thing. And that is why we are using Zabbix for it, monitoring the availability of the infrastructure. At this point, I will give the stage to Mikko, and he will tell more about how we are using Zabbix. Please, Mikko.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Mikko Tikkala, and I'm table hockey silver medalist. Same that there wasn't a chance yesterday to beat Ari in the final game, but that's life. Okay, here is some history about Valmet DNA, which is the control system developed by Valmet. So we have been doing this quite a while, because first systems was made in late 70s. And in the beginning, there was only internal system diagnostics, and there was only Valmet hardware with the Motorola chips and so on. But later on, around year 2000, commercial PC devices and network devices came in the picture, and then some group of people found out that maybe we can use some software to extend this internal system diagnostics, and then they select Nagios. But after a few years of running that, then we found the need that we need to have a more powerful and more flexible monitoring system. So we ended up to Zabbix. But it's quite normal to this kind of control systems that they are being running in the plant very long times, maybe even 40 years. So it's setting some limits to monitoring, because there could be really old devices with quite poor CPUs or quite small amount of memory. So we cannot overload the system by monitoring. And basically, those old systems can be monitored by a script what I made to kind of utilize this internal system diagnostics and send it to Zabbix. But I guess the most difficult ones are some old switches, which might go really bad if they are pulled by Zabbix too often. So luckily I found that situation in our lab, not in our customer. And here was thing how we started to replace the Nagios. So I started my master's thesis at 2017, and there was a couple of things what needs to be considered: security, how the software is being updated, or how can it be scaled from system from 1 to 2 node, even to system with several hundreds of nodes. And of course, flexibility. There is lots of our internal applications what needs to be monitored somehow. So Zabbix capabilities can be extended by own scripts. And licensing cost is one big thing as well, because of course we are selling monitoring services to our customers, but we would also like to use this tool for internal diagnostics. And now, when we are using Zabbix, it's really easy. You can just copy the virtual machine and run it and use it. And yeah, Zabbix fits into this picture quite well. And some first customer pilots was made in 2018, and now there are a few dozens of Zabbix instances all over the world. And there's still quite much job to do, because we have delivered more than 1,500 systems during the years. Okay, and how we use the Zabbix? For example, smaller sites where is maybe 1 or 2 nodes, then there can be run the agent locally and it's connected to cloud. But majority of sites has on-premise Zabbix server running there, and it's made from virtual machine template, which includes everything what's needed. There is applications, tools, scripts, templates modified for our system, and sample configurations. And many of our customers doesn't allow any connections to their system from outside world, so I have prepared offline upgrade kits with APT offline, so we can upgrade and patch those dark sites as well. And basically, we are using SMTP from those sites, which allows the connections. Okay, and how the Zabbix is going to be deployed. Many of our service guys are not so familiar with Linux command line, so I need to find a way to minimize the use of command line. So I wrote an initial config script. So that's basically everything what's need to be done from the command line. And user starts the script, answer these couple of questions, and then it's ready, it's up and running, and it generates agent configuration files with encryption settings to server, and then there's another script what can be used to deploy those agents to nodes which are meant to be monitored. And then auto registration is being used to start to monitor those Windows nodes. And also there's API script what can be used for mass operations to add big amount of switches, for example, by easy way. And here is a very simplified system layout, how this kind of control system can be. So in the bottom, there is field devices, motors, pumps, valves, sensors, analyzers, anything which are reading data from the process and which are affecting the process somehow. And then we need some media to read those values to process controllers. So then there could be our own I/O cards, there could be field buses or some kind of other industrial interfaces. Our process controllers are running Linux operating system, but because they are performing real-time stuff there, so even it's technically possible to run agent there, we are not doing that, because that would need quite extensive testing in our lab to make sure that in any condition agent won't disturb the real thing what they are doing. And network is consists of with managed switches, different kind of brands, and they are monitored by SNMP. The control room typically is Windows machines, and agent is being run there quite well, and it's good there. And some DMZ network where it can be physical or virtualized servers like engineering, historian database, Active Directory, security, Zabbix servers, proxies, OPC nodes. They are typically Windows nodes, and agent is being used there. And in some cases, customer might want to put this Zabbix server to their office network. No, in that case, there's proxy in the automation network to collect the data. And here is a couple of examples from our customers. In the left side, there is a process industry customer with only network monitoring. And in the middle, there is a power industry customer with full system monitoring. And the rightmost, there is a pulp and paper industry customer with full system monitoring. And that's a really big Zabbix instance from our point of view. It's not so big when we have seen these other presentations here, but yeah. And here is some example of what kind of dashboard we can use. There is a couple of maybe which are interesting stuff, how many connections are through the firewall, how much traffic is going to mill interface, how many RDP users are connected to engineering server, or how many HTTPS connections are open to our historian, and some maps and problem indications as well. And here, how we are dealing this. So we are operating globally. There is customer service centers all over the world, and basically those service centers are responsible to deliver monitoring services to customers nearby. And of course, I'm helping them from Tampere in case they need to help, for example, sales support or implementation or troubleshooting, anything. Yeah, and that's all. Now it's time for questions. Thank you.
There will be one question, one curious question. So somebody noticed there was a lot of warnings on the dashboard specifically, so they were curious, were they actual problems that happen in the environment constantly, or was it something very specific? Or just a screenshot?
I guess many of problems are quite similar, like in the IT side. For example, how the hard disk is ending, or CPU load is high, or memory is leaking, or something like that. It's
okay, yeah. The usual stuff. And just one more. Did you ever consider to use Ansible for the configuration of everything and deployment?
No, I haven't.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. So, we are approaching the end of the day, the end of the summit, but before that, we'll have lightning talks. You remember those really short presentations with some interesting topics? Well, yesterday we had this guy talking about what's up home. Do you remember? Our friend from Finland, Janne Pikkarainen, he was talking about how he monitors his house. But now, really interesting, he has a new project. It's called What's Up Me. He's monitoring himself. I want to know more about this, so please, Janne, come to the stage.
We meet again. I seem to be coming back on this stage this year more often than I thought. Anyway, before I start, I must say that I do not rely my yesterday's result with that QR code I had on screen, because my Zabbix tells me that it got 800 scans. I don't believe that before I verify that at home. But whenever I do that, I will then post the actual number. But 800 would be awesome, though. So, what's up me? I did take a little step further and started to monitor myself. I've been covering this on my blog a few times, so yeah, let's move on. But why to do that? Well, of course, yet again, because I do these weird experiments, and because I can. It doesn't cost me anything other than my time, which is quite limited, though. But I also want to test the limits of Zabbix, if there are any. There's few ways I have done this. One is that I'm using the Home Assistant integration of iCloud, and then my Zabbix is speaking with Home Assistant. So that way I get some results from my iPhone and Apple Watch. And then I'm also using Cosify. So this way I'm getting statistics about myself, and the history data is easier to go through than with Apple's solution, and I can also combine data from other sources than just iCloud. So, first of all, I can monitor my location. This all began with the discovery that with iOS shortcuts you can kind of send your location or any other data to Zabbix. But then one of my colleagues, thanks Edgars, he told me that, hey, there's an iCloud integration in Home Assistant. So that made the quite a bit clumsy to configure iOS shortcut to be much more flexible and as real-time as iCloud allows it to be with Zabbix. So that way I can see historical data where I have been to. So that's one thing I'm doing. Then I'm monitoring my activity. This screenshot is on purpose from spring, when our baby was still a little one and she really didn't want to sleep in any other time when she was moving. So not in car, she hated car rides, so I had to walk. We did stroll quite a lot, like as you can see, 25,000 steps in one day almost. Yeah. But yeah, I get my steps, I get the distance I have moved, all that stuff you get with Apple Watch. Then there's funny bugs, or I don't know, I really cannot figure out if there are bugs or some weird design decisions by Apple, but Zabbix really revealed those to me. For example, while waiting on traffic lights, I just decided what happens when I disable the Bluetooth connection between my phone and car. Well, when I resumed driving, apparently iPhone thought that I'm cycling. So even with my pulse staying around 70 and 40 kilometers per hour speed, it somehow thought I'm cycling suddenly in 1 second after I was driving. Yeah. And then, unfortunate limitation, in that integration is that, you know, in iPhone you can set those custom focus modes. I was like celebrating already at yay, now I can change my focus mode to be writing WhatsApp home blog or spending time with baby or trying to get baby to sleep, modes like that. But unfortunately it only tells that if focus mode is active or not. It didn't tell its name. That's a shame. Yeah, then as a bonus, it also tells you the battery status of these devices, so are they connected to charger, the battery level, and then all kind of technical details like your GPS accuracy, details like that. So I made one post where I tried to see if my phone battery really is draining faster than it used to be. But that's about the iCloud integration. Then using the data from Cosify, I can then check or guesstimate what's going on in our life. So, for example, what time I arrive to my home office and start working. So since all the logs from my laptops and stuff are coming to Zabbix server, so it's like a centralized syslog server, I get to know when I log into my machines. So if there's home office light on, especially now it has to be in the mornings because, you know, in Finland the mornings get to be dark at this time of year. And if I unlock my laptop, then I can assume that I have started working. Then how often I play with my PlayStation 5. That's almost redundant right now because of the baby life. I don't really have time for gaming anymore. But anyway, in theory it's there. Then I get to see how much we spend time at home based on Cosify's home scene status. And when does the baby go to sleep? So there's a few screenshots. So here's how much the light has been on. If it's 1.0, then it's been on for 24 hours. If less than like 12 hours or 8 hours or so. Then our presence at home. It's easy to see, or well, it's not easy to see because the numbers are so freaking small, but the first half of the year we were pretty much at home because the baby life was quite taxing, but then she grew up and summer holidays, it was already easier to travel. And now both my wife and the baby are here in Riga, which is great. So yeah, there we can see that those white gaps, we were somewhere else than home. Then when the baby goes to sleep, this was based on nightlight status. This is not active anymore because our baby did move to her own room where she sleeps now. But before, we have Philips Hue light strip in our master bedroom, and there was this dim light setting so we could see during the night when the baby was still sleeping with us. So whenever I went to bedroom and tried to make the baby to sleep, I did turn on the light, and when she woke up, well, light goes off. This is very rosy picture because, of course, when the baby did cry or something in the night, that's not included there, but it shows the time when baby went to bedroom and when she was coming out from there. So yeah, this was a quick one, but if you want more information, same thing than yesterday. Go to Zabbix blog, connect me on LinkedIn, go to my GitHub, which will contain more stuff after this event, and you can also email me if you want. So, thank you. And no, don't go to party yet. When I made this presentation, I was the last speaker of the evening, but not anymore, so.
Oh, yeah, any questions? Okay, no questions. You know.
No.
Thank you. Just one suggestion, is almost WhatsApp baby, right? Thank you, thank you. Well, next lightning talk, we'll be talking about managing hosts with Zabbix LLD in a dynamic cloud environment. And this will be spoken by our chief trainer here in Zabbix, Kaspars Medinis.
Thank you. Okay, so I understand I'm the last person standing between you and the party, right? So I will be real quick. Okay, so last year, as I remember, I gave you a lot of theory how the host prototypes work and how cool they are, yes? And this year I will try to show you some real use case, how you can use them. So, what is the problem? We provide training courses, yes, and we prepare some kind of infrastructure for each course, yes? So each student which arrives at the course gets some resources prepared, yes? Virtual machine, sometimes the virtual machine is even pre-installed, yes? Then there is machine for a trainer, then maybe there is another shared Zabbix instance, and also we provide a lot of resources for our trainings, yes? So when you arrive at trainings, you can monitor real databases and real applications, yes? So, and sometimes something, as usually, goes wrong. Why? Of course, I'm not creating those machines manually, yes? I don't have time to create hundreds of machines per week, yes? So they are created by a script. And, you know, automation is great, right? But it also may fail. Yes, why? For different kinds of reasons. Yes, maybe some repository is temporarily unavailable. Maybe there is a problem with some DNS resource, network, you know, whatever, yeah? And as a result, it fails. So, what happens next? We are providing trainings all around the world, yes? So this is the worst situation, like in Australia, it's a morning and trainer finds out that like infrastructure is not working, right? So he is really unhappy with the situation. He picks up a phone, and here you can see our training coordinator, Vita, who is really happy, right, about the situation, yes? And basically we have a code name for this situation, which is Ciao Vita, which is in Latvian, which means hello Vita. Yes, and when Vita hears the Ciao Vita passphrase, she knows, yeah, something is wrong. And usually she fixes it really, really fast. Yes? It doesn't matter what kind of day it is, what time it is, yes, she magically somehow fixes. But, you know, it's annoying. It's annoying, right? And we want to avoid it. So, how to avoid those hello Vita scenarios? Yes, we needed a monitoring tool. Who knows a good monitoring tool which can do it? Okay, maybe next time. Yeah. So of course, I found out there is a software called Zabbix, which seems can do the job. Yes, and here is a list what needs to be monitored. Yes. So basically, we need to be sure that every resource required for the training is up and running. Yes, and if something goes wrong, we are informed when we create the machines, right? So we can act, let's say, proactively and fix the problems before they are affecting anyone. Sometimes I have seen even this, right? It's a cloud, those are cloud machines, and you never know who have used the IP address before, yeah? And this is not the best thing student can expect when he tries to connect to the Zabbix frontend, right? Yeah. Yeah, so this is much better. Yeah, so we need to be sure that those IP addresses are not in some malware list and so on. Okay, so, solution. When the script finishes the job, it sends text data to Zabbix, yes? Don't even try to hack the machines, those are destroyed for a long time, yeah? So you can try to log in, but I don't think it will work. Yeah, okay, so we send a text data. After that, of course, we need to have a JSON, yes? LLD is based on JSON data. Yes, so I have a JavaScript which transforms. Actually, I run here in some problems because maybe I'm quite a good trainer, but I'm very bad JavaScript developer. Yeah, I really don't know how it works. And surprisingly, it took me like 20 minutes to create the script. Do you know how? I cheated. ChatGPT, yeah, it does a great job. You give him such simple tasks like, please transform this text to the JSON. And it worked. Okay, yeah, so now I have a JavaScript, yeah, and yeah, one interesting thing here, which is a little bit unordinary. Look here. So I'm creating a host prototype without a template. So basically the host is useless, right? It's an empty host without anything. I can just look at it. But I'm using overrides. Yes, I'm using overrides, and this is how it looks like. So we have different kinds of machines, as I told you. Yes, we have student machines, trainer machines, some pre-installed machines, and the information is sent to Zabbix, what kind of machine it is. Yes, and based on this, we have overrides, which will find out what kind of machine it is, and so we send a batch of IPs, yes, and for each of them individually, override will assign a proper template. Yes, it works really great. Okay, here are the templates, yes, so different templates for different machines, you know, different things to monitor. And this is the result. Yes, so you can see a list of machines created automatically. Yes, we also can track how many machines we are currently using and how many trainings we have. Yes, and everything is monitored. There are some, let's say, technical, not problems, but technical things, like you can see all those machines are lost, right? Because this is how LLD work. We are not sending entire list of machines. We are just sending those small batches, right? Which means every previous machine technically becomes lost. But it is still monitored by Zabbix. It is just marked as lost, which means actually a great thing. It will be cleaned up in 10 days. Yeah, so, you know, because those machines, they have a very short life cycle. Yes, we create them, training is finished, and we destroy them. Yeah, so we also have automatic cleanup. Yeah, there was another problem which I found out after 10 days. So the machine was destroyed by a script automatically. My monitoring system was still monitoring it, right? So I get tons of alerts. And then we created a little bit smarter trigger expressions, yes, so we actually added end date. Yes, so if the end date is like behind the life cycle of the machine, this function will be ignored. Yeah, so that problem also was solved. And yeah, so we have a nice dashboard, yeah. So now Vita creates machines, and she can see, okay, we have some problems. And then it is, hello, Kaspars. Yeah, we have some problems. Okay, yeah, so this is how it looks. Very simple dashboard, yes. We will, I think, use some of the new widgets and make it nicer, but at current situation, it was invented like months ago, and it works, yes. And yeah, we want to be sure that when you arrive at Zabbix training, then at least from technical perspective, everything runs as expected. Yeah, I tried to be short.
Thank you, Kaspars. There's no questions.
No questions?
No questions today. Well, guys, we are reaching the end. It's pretty sad. But we still have some surprises for you, okay? Before I talk about surprise, I just like to remember, once again, fans, speakers, and full packages. If you didn't receive, if you need to transfer to get from here to the airport, if you're leaving today or tomorrow, and you didn't receive the SMS with the transfer information, check your SMS now, or go to the registration table afterwards. Okay? So now about the surprise, okay? This is a special gift to all the speakers who have shared their knowledge with us. So I'd like to call you all the speakers, to the stage. Please, Alexei Vladchev, Alois Zadratiu, Kaspars Medines, Richard Olops, Wolfgang Alper, Hiroshi Abe, Mariana Portela, Giedius Stasiuliones, sorry, Dmitry Bellini, Steve Destival, Yuris Lambda, Nathan Lifting, Aiden Mohammed, Janne Pikrainen, Gustavo Guido, Robert Zulis, and starting the second day, Sergey Sorokin, Dmitry Lambert, Brian Baekel, Takashi Fukushima, Edgars Melveris. Oh, come on, you can just go. Alexei, you can just go over here because you're just walking small. Okay. Edgars Melveris, Silvano Giacomello, Fernando Collado, Roberto Moreda, Ivan Putenis, Mark Vilensky, Thiago Melo, Dario Sindicic, Hernandes Martins, Kim Antonisen, Mikko Tikala, Are Rayamak, Janne Pikrainen again. And okay, that's all of us here. In 2 rows, yes. This is a small gift, a small... Okay, guys, let's organize this in 2 rows. 2 rows. 1 row will not be enough. The short people, like me, you can just go in the front, so you can have more visibility. And this is just a small gesture from our team to present you with. Should I get out? Okay, you guys here. Oh, come here. So this is just a small gift, a caricature of each one of you guys. There's a lot of people. Oh, I got one. Yay! Yeah? Okay. Yes, sir. You need help with that? Yeah! Alexei. Thank you guys, thank you so much for sharing your, look at me, yeah. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. And we hope that we have you guys here for the next year as well, for Zabbix Summit 2024. Yeah, well, we already shared this information with you, but still something relevant to talk about. make sure that you get the information, make sure that you'll be here next year. It's a pleasure to be with you all, to know people from so many different places, different countries, different languages. It's a pleasure to be with you here. And I really like to thank you all of you. Well, applause for yourself, please, come on. You deserve it. You are you are the power of the community, okay? Without you, just like Zabbix, this event would be possible. And a special thanks to our sponsors, starting with our diamond sponsor, Initmax. Come on, come on. Platinum sponsor, IntelliTrend. Platinum sponsor, Easy IT. Yours? They got it. Platinum sponsor, Quadrata. Our gold sponsor, Allenta. Gold sponsor, Opensource ICT Solutions. Gold sponsor, Docomo Business, NTT Communication. Gold sponsor, Metricio. And now, I'd like to call our CEO, Alexei Vladchev, to the stage to say some words. You need the microphone? Microphone for the boss, please. Okay, here it is.
Hello? Yeah. Yeah, so, well, 2 days are nearly over, so I'm probably the last speaker today between summit and the party. So I'll try to be very short. I really like that. This year we covered many different topics. As you noticed, we had many different talks, actually from people from different industries. And some talks are really maybe not so much Zabbix related, like the talks about the alert fatigue, which I enjoyed very much, or maybe the more efficient, energy efficient processing of the large data. Okay. So it's something that not maybe a very Zabbix specific, but it really makes us think, yeah? Makes us rethink maybe how we do different work in our companies. And what I noticed actually is that community and, well, you are always ahead of us, yeah? So your way of thinking is ahead of us, ahead of Zabbix team. So sometimes we implement some features, some functionality, we extend Zabbix, but we don't know how of course, maybe we have some, I don't know, ideas, or we imagine how it may be used by our users. And of course, we have those ideas. But at the end, still, you are far more creative, I have to say. Yeah, so for example, well, that's what we heard, like Zabbix for high performance computing, or maybe use of Zabbix for monitoring of the audio video equipment, OT, the London Underground, a very impressive use case. So that is really impressive. So I think we all go home with well, the new knowledge, of course, some interesting ideas, or at least myself. I've got so many ideas communicating with you guys, with the partners, with the customers, so I have the whole notebook filled with different ideas, so I'll spend probably the whole next week just trying to sort it out, trying to structure it in my head. I'd like to thank all of you, community members and users and customers and partners and sponsors, for your great support and for your trust in our product and in our company. So thank you very much. Thank you. And of course, I'm really proud of Zabbix team. So the Zabbix team is the team who made this happen. Zabbix Summit and Zabbix product. This is a wonderful, wonderful team of people who are really working really hard, yeah, with the hands, with the brain, to make sure that we are building the great product and we are delivering the great services to our customers. And with that, I would like to invite Zabbix team to the stage, please. Round of applause. Hey, Zabbix team. Yeah, so every year more and more people on the stage. I'm not sure it is good, strong enough. Oh, what's... Oh, to Victor, of course. No.
Yay.
Can you say thank you to the live stream?
So, hello. Okay, guys. I'd like to thank you, not only the people here, but thank you for all audience from YouTube. Thank you so much for your audience. It's a pleasure to share all of this with you. And this is not a goodbye, but a see you next year only. So, bye-bye.